Boima Fahnbulleh.
Well, thank you very much.
Third day of institutional hearings in Montserrat County, Monrovia.
For your presentation today before the Commission. Shall we leave in quietude, please? Silence, please. Well, thank you very much, not only for sharing your experience with the Commission and the people of Liberia. You elaborated on your role during this period. You postulated on some of the root causes of our problems. You identified some solutions which the TRC can construe as recommendations to it as far as the way forward for our country is concerned. Thank you very much, and at this time, commissioners will ask a couple of questions so that matters that were understood well could be clarified, and maybe you could elaborate further on some of the issues, especially those transitional issues that, since the conflict ended by the signing of the agreement and the hosting of elections some time ago. Thank you very much. We will start with Commissioner Sheikh Kafuma Kone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Fahnbulleh, Mr. Witness. My question to you is very short, precise and concise, because questions that I wanted to ask, you have elaborated on them very well. I would like to ask you, in the 70s there was phrases used, and we continue to hear re-emergence of these phrases again in the post-war era. Taken into consideration of what you witnessed and experienced in the past, I'm asking whether it was proper and it is still proper for our activists and stakeholders to impress the minds of the Liberian people where illiteracy is so high with the concept of radical change and taking one's destiny into his own hands. Were these phrases appropriate in the 70s? Are they needed now? If yes, why? And if no, how do we go from here?
Thank you, Sheikh Kafuma. Let me say something here. You know, in life, people do not set about simply to cause confusion or to cause chaos. This idea that the majority of Liberian people are illiterate, so they don't understand radical pronouncements or analysis, is flawed by logic. What is radical in a man wanting decent health care? What is radical in a man wanting a piece of land to plant? What is radical in somebody wanting decent housing? The people who came and founded this country called Liberia took the gamble of coming by sea on boats. They had no idea that they were going to reach here. So many of them didn't get here. Some of them perished on Bond Island in Saloon, Jabo. Others died at sea. But they came here against all odds and formed a republic. Radicalism is a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective. Illiteracy, the only way you can think the people are illiterate, except you intend to use high-falutin terms from your Western education. There is nothing in economics, politics, science that the people cannot understand if you had to convey to them in their own language. The vice have a script. The Muslim brothers and sisters here have a rich tradition that comes from Timbuktu, where you had the first medical college in Africa. The people have languages which must be developed and not allowed to die. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who was one of our greatest leaders and teachers, understood how to reach the people they call quote-unquote illiterate. That was to speak to them through the language. And so Mwalimu Julius Nyerere and his party decided that Kiswahili would be the official language in Tanzania. There is no word in English that you can find in Swahili. Water, maji. Hello, jambo. News, muzuri. What he was trying to do here was to say, if we were to let our people go through Western education, it's probably going to take us 20, 30 generations to educate everybody, quote unquote. So let's deal with the local languages. And so the Vi man has his Vi script. Talk to the Vi man. You think he can understand economics and politics? Talk to the crew man. Talk to the crown man, the Geo man. Speak to them in the languages. And I can say something to you. The pangs, the pain of poverty. The pain of poverty does not know illiteracy or literacy. There is nothing so radical. There is nothing so radical as refusing to understand that you have a reservoir of talent. A reservoir of talent. In your rural areas, among your people, provide them with the right education. This is the country. What is radical? That after 161 years, you still have the highest infant mortality rate in the world. After 161 years, you have the capital city which an American Secretary of State referred to as an appalling ghetto. Now, what I mean? You ask yourself the question. You've gone through generations. No. The activism of the 70s was necessary to address the problems of the 70s. The activism of the 80s were necessary to address the injustice and imbalances of the 80s. So 1990. Wherever there is injustice, there will be men and women who are courageous enough to stand against injustice. If that is radicalism, so be it. So long as there is arrogance, and the marginalization of the people, there will be their sons and daughters who will demand answer in the name of justice and in the name of God. One of your presidents wrote, and I listened keenly to a reverend minister who was dealing with the question of Bakri. And was talking about the Lone Star. And she said, Bakri said the Lone Star, the beautiful is the battle hymn of the Republic. And she quoted the Lone Star. And I said, this Reverend Sister understands. When she got to the main point that emphasizes the battle hymn, she stopped. The one that says, rise ye sons of freedom, rise. Defend the sacred heritage. Against treason and rebellion front. In battle lies the hero's way. That was Barclay. The founding of this society was done by men and women who had nothing. Those who settled in the rural areas. Sometimes I wonder. Our mothers who deliver in the rural areas. Nothing. Simply with nature. They deliver and go to the farm. There is nothing so radical as telling the people, this is your land. Injustice is being perpetrated against you. I remember my father told me a story. And he was not a radical man, he was just an honest man. When he demanded the rights to see his family, and Mr. Tubman refused, and my father said, but this is unjust. If Martin Luther King Jr. had come from America and settled in Liberia, he would not look down upon the people of this country as you are doing. Mr. Tubman told Castley to beat him, and he gave him 25. It was an ordinary soldier's wife who took a bottle of alcohol, gave it to the old man. When I asked him, he said something to me. He said, Tubman instructed my brother to beat me. He said, no problem now. That is why you must study. Because this my brother who beat me, when his son understands, you understand, your brother understands. On your back rests the privilege of these people. When you stand up, it will crumble. We are not radicals in the sense of just wanting chaos. We are men of conscience. We went to school, we could have come back home and joined the oligarchy. We had options. Because we identify with the people, that has made all the difference. We remain as we are. Every generation, it was Frantz Fanon. Every generation must out of relative obscurity discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. My generation discover our mission to change the society and give the people a sense of being, to participate in the destiny of the country. Today you look in the legislature, the sons of the people are represented. We can vote, the newspaper criticize. That is the fruits of my generation's struggle. Tears, blood. Your generation must discover your own mission. But I can promise you one thing. If you stand on the side of justice, and when the final hour comes, and it has to be at the barricades, it won't be radicalism. I will still throw in my lot with the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you? In testifying, you talk about list, and there was written of names of people for elimination, and that it was read, or the names were called over telephone. Were you later able to get a copy of this list? Or do you mind of giving us the names of some of the people that were told to you on this list?
On the list sent to me of those who will participate, there's the name of the man who told me about this list. He'll be coming here. He was based in the Ivory Coast, working very closely with Charles Taylor. He's the son-in-law of the late President Talbot. I'm talking about Mr. Tony N. King. He's an honest man, he will say. But I got to find out about this list. And I can tell you some of the names that are on the list. Of course, all the PRC people, Samuel Doe, and those who had worked, civilians who had worked with the PRC. I know my name was there, I think number 5 or number 6. There's the name of Dr. Tipotier, Dr. Sawyer, most of the young militants. The name of somebody like Harun Moniba, there was the name of what's his name? Yekasin. I mean, just name it. And what was so frightening about this list? These were all sons of the people. And unfortunately for them, they had shown this list to somebody who came from that background, regardless of the fact he had been married to Tolbert's daughter. So it was a revenge mission. And we don't even have to say, here's the list. Look at what happened during the Civil War. Look at what happened. How is it possible for anybody to lead a guerrilla struggle where after 2-3 years not a single one of your own people was executed, but one of the sons of the people, Yekasi, Lato, just name them, go down the line, Kopotier. How come? How come? Let's be honest with ourselves. When you had arrested Ernest Eastman, who was the foreign minister of Dole, he was given the green light to go, leave the country. But not so Stephen Daniel, not so other brothers who were caught behind rebel lines. They were eliminated. So it was clear to everybody that this was a revenge mission. Unfortunately, they were leading people who had grievances, who were determined to fight, and they had allies. They had allies. And that's why we set out from 1989, to be precise, 1989 September. We set out to stop Mr. Taylor by any means. And that's what I told the people in Freetown. You don't know what you are doing. One of those who even signed the list that power should be given to Taylor and the NPFL for 6 months, followed by elections, I said to a friend of his, this man's name is on the list to be eliminated. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. They will come here, ask them these questions. Let them swear. I swore on the Bible and the Quran, because they are Muslims here and I'm speaking to them too. They believe in the Quran, they are Christians. I'm speaking to them. I believe in that. I believe in that. I'm not a talebearer. It says in your Bible, Proverbs 18 verse 8, the words of the talebearer are like wounds, for they go deep into the innermost part of the belly. I'm not here to tell peoples. The Quran, the passage in the Quran, Al-Mutafihi, it talks about dealers in fraud. Dealers in fraud. I don't come here to give historical inaccuracies. I've told you my role, I told you where I stand. There was a list. They knew there was a list. By the activities, the execution of brothers, you know very well, Moses Dopo, etc., etc. You know very well that there was a conspiracy. Our intention was to stop this conspiracy, irrespective of the fact that these historical gate crashers had taken the name Patriotic Front. That's dishonor to the late General Kouyankwa. It was a dishonor to the late General Kouyankwa. That was his group. That was his group. No, this is you see, if you are fighting against tyranny, then justice will not allow you to carry on such massacre. You cannot. You cannot. But because you are bent on revenge, even the God you say you worship in your pretenses, your white suits and bowler hats, your churches and Bibles, is blaspheming. When you blaspheme in the sight of God, in the sight of man, you are wrong. You blaspheme in the sight of people, it is wrong. It's blasphemy in the sight of God. It says, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. You don't masquerade. You don't masquerade. For a short time you can succeed. But these poor wretched souls that you led into damnation, they have seen through you, they will see through you. You know, I say to my children, because you know, they read the internet and a lot of things were said about me, all kinds of stuff. Fahnbulleh, even my mother, poor woman, when they go and tell her about her son, sometimes she believes, sometimes I don't know about that boy. You know, they got a famous saying in Christendom: you burn the child, you don't burn the heart. And I said to my mother, you know, it is interesting. When my father was put on trial in this country, and people were condemning him, what convinced me more than anything about the absolute insensitivity of this oligarchy. I mean, so insensitive that you wonder what arrogance these people had, was to take my younger brother, a baby from the BDR school, and ask him to join a march of students going to the mansion to condemn my father. And I said, but my brother, a baby? I was in Freetown when I heard. And then I said to myself, you see, these people will have to realize that enough is enough. You do not in a country of equal citizens arrest a man and take his children and put a child on the line to condemn the father. Where in the world, in the history of the world, have children condemned the father? But only in your Liberia. And your reverend ministers stood up in church. I remember one of them swearing in church, Taylor, and when he was asked, I would do it again. You got to be honest with yourselves. Be honest with yourself. Somebody asked me a long time ago, say, if you were to go before the TRC, what would be one of your recommendations? And I was trying to be facetious. I was trying to be funny. I said, I will demand that before anybody holds public office, they must go through psychiatric check. There are a lot of crazy people. Crazy people. Listen to them on Sundays. Crazy. Mutilating the Bible. Mutilating the Bible. Turning it into an instrument of profit, lying through the teeth, calling on the name of Jesus, pretending that they have a Christian state. You do not walk towards it. Walk towards it. You blaspheme in the name of God, and then you wonder. And Charles Taylor told you that he was a Christian. God will use him. Is God a madman to use gangsters? So, peace be to the ashes of those brothers whose name were on the list. Innocent souls that perish, not because they had committed a crime, simply because they were who they were. Stevens Daniel, Jefferson, Moses Dopo, etc., etc., etc. Thank you very much.
Silence, please, ladies and gentlemen. We have to proceed. Please, we beg your indulgence. Don't allow your emotions to interfere with the proceedings. We beg you, please. Commissioner Sida.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fahnbulleh, for your presentation today. I would like to ask you a few questions in order for us to be able to correct some myths as to throw light on the events that unfold during the course of our conflict. You talk about the training in Libya, that you went there and you had a militant group, you were giving only 2 hours to leave Libya. What happened to the militant?
Well, militants are militants. Some of them, after we could not leave Sierra Leone because the Sierra Leone government told us that it would be difficult. And in the process, a plan was put in place to arrest all those in Freetown who were against the NPFL. So in Bo, Kenema, Freetown, over 1,000 Liberians were arrested. My militants were arrested. Some of them were induced, and they were led by Kopotier, taken from Freetown, smuggled out of Freetown by the late Kekula Koto into Banjuma, where they joined the NPFL. Others, together with the 975 Liberians, the majority of them perished in Padema Road prison. All efforts to release these brothers were hampered by the Inspector General of Police, the late Bambe Kamara of Sierra Leone, and the head of the Sierra Leone Army, Brigadier Toronka. We understood later on it was a conspiracy. They had been bribed. I confronted President Momo after he was overthrown in Sierra Leone. All he did was apologize, but over 1,000 Liberians perished in Padema Road prison. Our militants were among those. There are a few of them who came home. They occupied responsible positions. We are very proud of such men. We feel that they have much to contribute. I'm very happy to say that one of them is a leading member of the National Legislature, a decent brother, a young man. And when we talk about young people taking over this country tomorrow, that young man represents one of such people. We talk about men who have political consciousness, who have education, who understand what this is all about. So, some of them, yes, survived. A few of them in the United States of America undergoing studies. Some of them are still around. They are married. Others perish. But so is the nature of the struggle. I remember I came in from Ghana, and after they arrested my people, at the airport I was told that they had picked up about 900 Liberians from Kenema, Bo, all over, who they claim were against the NPFL. And I was arrested at the airport in Freetown, asked to go to the police station. And they brought a Black Maria, these police vans. I'm allergic to Black Marias. As a student at Probe College, I led a student demonstration when Nkrumah died. And obviously, we went to the British Embassy, to the American Embassy, with a coffin representing the dead body of Kwame Nkrumah. We made speeches, and we got back to college, and there was a girl in college whose boyfriend was very close to President Stevens. And I made the comment, Stevens sent soldiers out to confront us. When the people of Zimbabwe are fighting, and they're demanding that soldiers be sent to fight against Ian Smith and his UDI. And she went and told her boyfriend, and they sent for me up to the college. They came with 2 Black Marias. And I look at these funny vans and say, I can't get into this stuff. They say, you are wanted at the police station. I say, if I have to walk down to the police station, I will do that. I will not get into this. And then about 500 students came to say, we walk down with you. So when I saw this Black Maria in Sierra Leone, after having found out that 900 Liberians were arrested, I refused to go. Got to the police station, and the Inspector General said to me, we want to put you on arrest. President Momo has said we should arrest all Liberians, you are troublemakers. I waited there for 5 hours, they had a cabinet meeting, and I heard it told Momo, we have arrested 900 Liberians. Fahnbulleh is waiting to be arrested. And was one time Joseph Momo, peace be to his ashes, he said, you can arrest whoever you want to arrest. Boima is our brother. He has done nothing. He went to school here, he's married to our daughter. We can deport him, but we cannot arrest him. Probably that saved me. But like they say in history, sometimes men of destiny have charmed lives. I was probably just lucky. And so yes, madam, some of our militants died, others escaped, others are men and women with children, and to all of them we salute them.
Thank you. There are also information that some of them came and, as you said, entered NPFL, but prior to that time were arrested. Do you have any information on that?
Oh yes, I remember very well. I had traveled to Ghana. And of course they were all there because obviously we had been told that we could not go, we could not stop Taylor. He had support, big support. It's all coming to light. I read, just like you did, the testimony of Herman Cohen in America. And now things are beginning to fall into place. The puzzle started to come together. So we had just decided that we'll wait when ECOMOG comes in, we'll come in and begin the process of building, organizing for whatever elections. I went to Ghana, and when I came back, I heard that the late Kekula Koto, the late Sam Doki, the late Dogloye had gone there and had spoken to the leader, the person I left in charge, Kopotier, to come and join them. And I was shocked. I called a meeting. They hadn't gone yet. And in the meeting I said, what is all this thing about Taylor? And I said, Kopotier, Taylor left you in Abidjan. When I insulted him in Tripoli and told him he was a nobody, he was a reckless hustler and a gambler, he said to me, you don't even know what you are doing. You have brought Kopotier here, he wants to be a Kuyampa. And I said, Taylor, if you can be a leader, why not Kopotier? I said, this man detests you, he doesn't like you. And Kopotier said, well, our people are dying. And I said, no, the Liberian people are dying. Stop this saying. I say, I'm traveling. I will pray you, stay here. Let's watch the situation. And before I left, he said, nobody can stop me. If I decide to go, I will go. And the second in command, John Lehman, said, Doc, ask your Serbian friends to arrest these people. I turned to him, the late John Lehman, and I said, John, you cannot stop a man who wants to destroy himself. I will not, and I repeat, I will not imprison Liberians anywhere. I will not imprison Liberians. I will not be a party to the imprisonment of Liberians anywhere. I came back from Ghana. I heard that Kekula Koto brought a plane. About 46 of his guys with Kopotier arrived, arrested, released, fought on the battle with Taylor, Kopotier in Habel, arrested, executed. And I heard his last comment, one of the brothers who was there, and ran to Abidjan, and he told Brother Tony and King that before Kopotier died, he said, you people are spilling innocent blood. Mr. King, Dr. Fahnbulleh told me that you are up to no good. And he said, my blood which you are sharing, you will never succeed. That's what he said. And this poor man died. He was killed for no purpose. Like Jackson Doe and others, killed simply because they represented what some people perceive as threat and came from the wrong group. That is the tragedy.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier that when the PRC government took power, initially they had a list where the two party members were enlisted. And we later found out that 13 of them were executed. You talk about your father was on the list, and then you make a joke why this happened. Did anything happen to the rest of the people that we didn't hear about, that were not on the firing squad?
No. As you know, the list, as I said, I must make this very clear. The list was the list of all two party members who we felt were at large, including the name of the head of the Monserrato women, Madam Poya Brambu.
I was
chairman. We wanted to know where all the two party people were. So we had a long list of about 64, 65 of them. And as we call the name, Senator this, the team, Senator that, the team. We can account for all these people. Superintendent this, the team. Superintendent that, the team. Superintendent Fahnbulleh at large. They say, well, the woman got to come. I say, you're joking. So we went along with that. So it was not a list to eliminate people. It was a list put together to be sure that we knew where these people were. Now, for the 13 who were executed, I just said, my information was that the PRC members panicked when they received this cable that had been intercepted. SOS, save our souls. And of course the rumor that Vice President Benny Warner had slipped into the Ivory Coast. And for the PRC guys, this was a way to say, okay, even if you're coming for us, these people will not be here to take over power. And so if you look at the people who were executed, they were the first group of people, 14, who had gone before the tribunal Unfortunately, or fortunately for the 14th person, who was, I think we said Johnny McLean, he couldn't get on the bus because the bus was crowded, I heard. And so they took 13 to the firing squad and they shot them. And of course, you know, I was sitting in my office when I heard that these people had been shot. And I remember my father busting through my office door. My cousin, Hadian Smite, had called me. She said, "They are executing people." And I said, "Shut your mouth. You know, the people will arrest you. That's not true." She says, "What, the BBC? Somebody called Ann Boltiver is relaying this live." I turned my radio on. It was there. 5 minutes later, my father came through the door. "What nonsense is this? What do people want?" And I said, "I'm just hearing it." And he said to me, "Now you are in it. You have to keep your notes, because tomorrow the people are not going to blame Samuel Doe and these soldiers. They will blame you people. You have to explain." The next day he came and gave me a letter, which, if you check the archives of the mansion, is there. I have a copy of my father's letter in my office, in my studies in London, where he said to the PRC, "Why carry out this spectacle? These men are finished. You have broken the resolve. You have disgraced them. These guys have known power all their lives. You don't have to go through this. This barbarism will only destroy the image of whatever you want to do." My father's letter to go. And then pressure came from different quarters to stop the execution. Madam, most of the 64 were never touched. As Commissioner Bull can tell you, she's here. They were not harmed.
History.
I beg your pardon? You said, Mom?
Trying to write history.
You were trying to write history. It would be good to see the last word on history, because it's impossible. And one of the recommendations I would like to make to the TRC, after you have gathered all the data, probably you want to ask for money and get a team of scholars from Ghana, Nigeria, somewhere to write this history, because nobody is non-partisan. You cannot have the last word on history. There can be no absolute truth. No Liberian can divulge himself from what happened in this country. And the fact that we sit here to answer questions is because, as young men, we did not take power to transform the society. Had we been victors then, there probably would have been no need for the TRC. But the TRC must look at itself. Collect the data, very good. But whatever you write tomorrow will be analyzed by future generations. Because if you were part and parcel of a party that distributed poverty, injustice, and disease,
quiet. We have other people to come on the stage, so you have to give chance, please.
Thank you. As we were all part of different movements, we cannot write impartial history. It's impossible. It's impossible. I've been demonized. All kinds of things have been said about. In fact, I tell you something. At the moment, as you know, I serve as National Security Advisor, and I was lucky enough to see my files going back to the 70s. And some of the things I read in my files, I found very amusing. I was supposed to be everything: a radical Marxist, a communist saboteur, an aggressor, a guerrilla fighter, a sympathizer of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. I mean, I read all, and I realized that they even had agents in my classes who recorded me, and I read all of this, and I said, well, this is the problem. This is the problem. You come to the classroom to listen to teaching young people ideas, and in the back you got men with guns in shacks. We've been trying to do that for a long period of time. over a long period of time. We've been trying to do that. And so we have written constantly, in exile. We wrote numerous articles against the Taylor regime. In exile, we wrote numerous articles against the Doe regime under various names: Stanley O'Day, Musa Kieta, Gidibo Sie. These are all pen names. It was our duty to keep on exposing the regime, its weaknesses. So we will write history ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for expounding for a few hours on how your teachings prepared you to be a revolutionary, and also for expounding on those who you read about and who you mingle with, like Boima, Kwame Nkrumah, Strokos Carmichael, Pan-Africanism, Blyden, Pote, and others who helped to, based on that, and explaining your extreme political consciousness and how the understanding of the dynamics of politics. I'm happy that you are placed in a position now to read, to have the opportunity to read what people wrote about you, the rumors, and to see how the realities of Liberia politics. Because if you were not placed in that position, you won't be able to tell the world now what goes on when you're on the opposite side, assumed to be on the opposite side, what your opponents can do. Also, you talk about, at least thank you for admitting that you endorse what happened then, and that during the period of time there was an alliance of opportunity who will not give space to the oppressors. That's how the PRC or young militants felt at that time. We are here to really learn the truth, whether it's good or bad. We're not here. I don't think history for Liberia now need to just talk about the individual, but just as you say, the objectives, what the ideology was. You close by saying that those who make history must survive enough to write history. But sometimes those who did, in fact, didn't, will you agree with me that those who did not even survive to write history, that these will still go down in history? Because history will judge them. So I would like first to ask you, would it be possible to give us some of your documents that you wrote under pseudonyms, and could give us some of the names you wrote under besides Stanley Obe, Musa Kita? You know, would you be able to give us that? Because in those teachings, might be able to learn something and to put it part of the archives.
Yes, ma'am. There are two ways you can do that. If you were to Google H. Boima Fahnbulleh Jr., I think about 10 pages will come out of articles or so. Furthermore, there's a book, Across the Landscape, my speeches and writing, selected speeches and writing. There's another book. They all are.
Could you say what landscape?
Across the Landscape.
Across.
Selected writings of H. Boima Fahnbulleh. You can get that from Amazon.com.
From Ewa?
Amazon.com. If you go on Google, H. Boima Fahnbulleh Jr. is there. There's another book, Voices of Protest. Voices of Protest, which also can be acquired from Amazon.com. And also the book you can get on that, The Diplomacy of Prejudice, Liberia International Politics, where I lay out as a young man my own thinking on Liberia and its politics. And then series of articles. They're all there in various archives, but the best place would be to Google Boima Fahnbulleh Jr. And then they all come. I think there are 8 or 10 pages. I was reading one quite recently, which has been carried on the website by Alaji Kumar. It's called The Evolution of Democracy in a Multi-Ethnic Society. Somebody sent that to me. And there are a series of others, Mom. So they're all there for the records. You'll be buying them, but I can find a few, download and just send them to you. Or you can do it yourself. I'm sure the Commission has some petty cash for such work.
They should.
Yes, okay. So far, Madam says, Madam wants to know whether those who died, whether they too will be remembered by history, obviously.
I don't like to be called Madam. Commissioner Boo or Councillor Boo.
Would it be a good thing to call you Partisan Boo?
Sure, because I would love to be.
Gentlemen,
could I have?
Let's do it in a civilized way now.
Could I have the opportunity? We gave you some chance, chair and express your feeling. Yes, I would love to be called Partisan Bull because, like you, Dr. Fahnbulleh, my teachings prepared me. The teaching in political science at the University of Liberia with Dr. Tape and the rest of them who taught me to prepare me for politics. So I did not just learn it, I also tried to experience it and participate in it. So I was about in my late 20s when I joined party. So I would love to be considered partisan, and also my training in law also allow me to participate and render my quota to Liberia, just like you and all other good Liberians, because as you said, Liberia is for all of us. Yes, so I want to be considered partisan. Call me partisan, but for now I cannot be called partisan because my functions on the TRC makes it that I have to divorce myself of all political activities for now. But I do intend, with God's help, I shall continue after the TRC.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. With that, you talked about, and I want to get the dates. You talk about the speech delivered to Mr. Kiev's installation. Was that April 11, 1979 or April 11, 1980?
It was, yes, I think you're right. It was April 11, 1980, a day before the coup. You're right about that.
Yes. Okay. Also, you said that when you were talking about the realities of Mrs. Jabo, whether or not they she said that the political realities that she saw white hands, and you gave the political analysis on whether or not that could have been. And you also said in your mind it could have not been the Americans because they did not, or they do not operate in such manner when they want to overthrow, or remove someone from power or leader. That was buttressed with my question to Assistant Secretary of State Herman Cohen when we had the diaspora hearings in the United States. I asked him that it was rumored that the United States government was involved with Jabo's death, and he said no. So You also gave us a clear idea on the role of international actors in our civil crisis, which gave us even further lead. Did I understand you to say that Mr. Sally Thompson told you that, was it Papangida had put 1,000 soldiers on a ship to come to help Samuel Kanyando in 1980? Did I understand that? I didn't get the African leader name.
Commissioner, let me start first with the question of Mrs. Talbot.
Yes.
Is by way of historical conjecture. I'm saying it is possible she didn't see white men. It was out of fear that she probably panicked and thought she saw white men. Then I said, let's assume for the sake of argument that she did see white men. It could have been Arabs. Mr. Talbot had involved himself in the Polisario issue. The Moroccans were very, very offended by that. There are serious things happened here. Leaders have been eliminated for lesser things. And so I did say, probably we have to look at other forces. Now, let me say here why I'm not convinced that the Americans were involved. You see, and I say we can live at this chapter in our history. Political opportunism and change in a West African society. I saw the Americans there the day after the coup. I could see that they didn't know these people. They had gone to establish contact. One. Number two, the first sets of arms we got were AK-47. The Liberian army had been using guns from America. Number three, Doe made a trip to Ethiopia. Samuel Doe made a trip to Ethiopia. I was Minister of Education, and I accompanied him on that trip. When we got to Ethiopia, Mengistu Haile Mariam, the young leader of Ethiopia, had made a statement that in the revolutionary process one has to be decisive. Because I remember we had a meeting at 8 o'clock to go to a military base. And I was outside when Mengistu came with his group. He arrived at 5 minutes to 8. He got out of his car, waited. And by 8:15, Samuel Doe had not come down. So Mengistu said to one of his people, can you go and see what Mr. Doe is doing? So the security man went upstairs and came back. When he came back, he said, he's getting ready. And when Doe came down, about 35 minutes later, Mengistu said, in the revolutionary process, one has to be decisive because the revolution does not wait for anybody. And we got in the car and left. Now, Doe understood that differently, completely. So when we got to Liberia, I think the next thing he did was to give order for the elimination of A.B. Toba and Vanny themselves. Bitter. But what is so interesting about that was that the Americans were trying to find out what Doe had learned, what commitment had Doe made in Ethiopia. They found nobody to come and consult. Oh my God, I don't drink salty water. I don't drink it. I'm trying to get rid of the poison. You know, excuse me. No, when I mean poison, at my age, it's good to keep out of soft drinks, and the metabolism is not very fast like young children. So I drink water. As I was saying, the Americans were very eager to know what Doe was up to, what he had done in Ethiopia, what commitments he had made. And they saw nobody to send but a black American sister who was working at USIA, called Eugene Lucas. I know she was an agent, so of course she came to see me and wanted dinner. She wanted dinner. And to discuss, and I said to her, well, you know, at that age, I said, I'm not in the habit of refusing dinner from pretty women, but I know who you are, and you know who I am. What is it? And she said, our embassy is keen to know. And the questions at dinner that night, the questions she asked me, I was convinced that the Americans were not in control. I mean, they did not even know who Samuel Doe was. She asked me, was he impressed by Marxism? Was he impressed by this whole idea of the Russians? Was he convinced that Ethiopian? I said, but how could he have been impressed with anything to do with socialist revolution? For most of the time, the man wore American Texas cowboy boots and cowboy hat. Doe did not go there to see a revolution. He only went for a visit. I said, tell your Americans to stop this thing. Let them stop warring. Doe is not going anywhere. He doesn't understand. So we can only push for an elections. And based on that, I think they agree. So, you know, the little I know, after having read about a little bit about the Vietnamese Revolution, the Diem brothers, after having read about the activities of the Americans in Latin America, in Asia, having read about the Iranian Revolution of Dr. Mossadegh and the movement of the British and Americans to overthrow him over the control of Iranian oil, the little I know about the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, the various plots against Ahmed Sékou Touré, the various plots and attempts to overthrow the government of Cuba. The Americans don't act this way. They won't send a little known Samuel Doe and 6 or 7 unknown men to go and assassinate a president in a country where they had strategic interests. No. But when it happened, they made sure they were in the position to take control of the situation and exploit the situation to once stabilize the country, to protect their interests. And this is why I'm yet to be convinced of the historical records that the Americans had anything to do with what happened in Liberia on April 12th. I could be wrong. History could prove me otherwise. But so far, all the records I've seen, all the books I've read, the letters I've read, I'm not convinced. And they could have taken some other person. They would have taken some other person. And let me tell you what they did in Chile. They were not satisfied with the popular unity government of Dr. Salvador Allende. So the first thing they did was to make sure that they could strangle the economy. They made it difficult when middle class and upper class women came on the streets of Santiago with shining pots. I was a young student in America, and I said, hungry people don't knock shining pots. But they came on the streets, and after that, there was a General Snyder, who was very committed to democracy, who was in favor of the popular unity government of Allende. He was assassinated. General Snyder was assassinated. And then General Pinochet led the coup against Salvador Allende. This is the modus operandi of the Americans as far as I know. So why would they want to gamble with a Samuel Doe? They did not know, did not understand, did not interact with him sufficiently. You know, to make progress in any struggle, you must first understand those on the other side. And let me fight in certain people. I think it was Chemomao who said, tell no lies, claim no easy victory. We must not claim that we know about the Americans. We don't.
Dr. Fahnbulleh, now that you've put it correctly that April 11, 1980, you gave the speech at a university with the election of George Kerr. Could you tell me, let's go back to what was the nature of that speech, because the nationalists telling them to be nationalists. Could you just give us maybe the topic and what was the nature again? Make sure.
I think what it had to do something with our own commitment to change. It was the induction of young men, and of course I had to talk to the militants of SOUP. And so the whole thing was to rally around the banner of nationalism and to support these brothers. And that I said that we are here and we're going to struggle as much as possible. At that time, the PDP people were in prison, and so I was saying that we're going to struggle, we're going to move forward. Irrespective of what has happened, we will not stop our march for freedom and democracy. Basically, I think that was the speech. But you can read it. Like I say, you can just get my book and read that. You'll get an understanding.
Okay, thank you. We'll take note of that. Considering the conversation between you and Barker's Matthew on 1979, would you, I got the impression Barker's, he said, brought out for solidarity, there would be a march for rights. The rights demonstration had been called, and he said that he engaged the people to come out that night. He said, y'all sat on the grave. He wanted to know what the itinerary was. And he said, we were assembled at the headquarters, make slogan and march. And you said, what if they open fire? And he said, we will bring alcohol and banish. So you told Fahnbulleh to Sawyer, this man is a reckless gambler or does not know what he's doing. So in terms of this, how would you consider Barker's Matthew a man of non-violence or what? Because,
I'll put it this way, I think, to be frank with you, Matthews was one of those revolutionaries who had been trained by the system. There was a gentleness about him. I guess he realized the risk. And for a moment, I thought he believed passionately in the Constitution. He felt that I was exaggerating, that these people will not shoot. I think the whole idea about alcohol and ban aid was simply meant to say to me, Fahnbulleh, don't bring these alarmist statics. And he was convinced, because you see, Barker's had this thing with Talbot. He met with them, he talked with them, etc. And he was convinced that there's no way they were going to give orders to shoot people. He felt it was going to be one of those things where they would get to his party headquarters, they would shout the slogans, and then they would disperse. And for him, that would be enough political capital. If the tribal government backed down and did not increase the price of rice, the man who will gain the most will be Barker Matthews. So Barker was going out for numbers. He was being tactical. I mean, in this sense, he was a tactician. That this is what the people are saying out there. And Moja, you are analyzing this thing beautifully. But the people want to see some action. So when he said to us, and you have in the back was, because when I met him, and he said, well, we're going forward with the demonstration. When we met that night representing Moja, we said to him, so we've reached this stage, because we were getting intelligence reports that the oligarchy was going to come to teach people sense. There was a sister I knew who was a nurse, and she had phoned me at my house and said, do you know they are transferring blood from the blood bank into the main hospital? It was with this knowledge that I went to the meeting in the graveyard. And that's what I asked him a question, which appeared hypothetical. I didn't reveal what I heard. I said, but Barkers, if they should start shooting, and he didn't believe it. And they did start. People did die. And I think he was just as shocked. And that's what I asked the commissioner to go back and read Albert Post's beautiful pamphlet, The Day Moravia Stood Still. It is a beautiful illustration of his own frustration in convincing the tribal regime not to open fire. By all means, to allow these people to assemble. And I was told by by Deacon Kala when I went there that morning. So here we are. Here we are. Where do we go? He said everybody's going in hiding. They will come later. At 3 o'clock, we're going to meet here, shout some slogans. We're in touch with Mr. Port, and we'll disperse. They were not given the opportunity. They were not given the opportunity. And so, as the Americans say, the rest is history.
Your maybe good friend was that Shaka Stephen or President Momo, who said to you that the people say that you are worse than Taylor. I tried to find my quotation as I wrote down. Stephen said, yes, Shaka Stephen said to you, the people say you are more dangerous than Taylor. How do you, I need a response from you.
Certainly, it's very easy. I think what the old man was saying, based on all intelligence report, there were a group of Liberians who were supporting Taylor. These people had access to elements of the Black Congressional Caucus. And they were saying to the Black Congressional Caucus, you see, Taylor has been to Libya. There's no problem. He's our man. We can handle him. The dangerous man is Fahnbulleh. You know, he's a communist. He's a communist. And for old man Stevens, that would be very dangerous. He knew me as a young militant at Fahnbulleh College. But to be told by people, especially a major power, that Fahnbulleh is dangerous, he's a socialist, he's a left-wing, he's a communist. And he said, but they say you are dangerous. And I said to him, no, sir. The people who are purveying this falsehood, the people who are propagating this, are obviously trying to demonize me. They want the support of the Americans. They feel I can mobilize people sufficiently. They don't want me. They know my politics. Now we have been told by Mr. Coe and other people that decision was taken to support Taylor, and I was called to the American embassy and asked whether I saw a role for myself in Taylor's government. But here is the contradiction. Here's the contradiction. If I was that dangerous and a left-wing agitator, why put me in the Taylor's government when he was right-wing? Except he wanted to eliminate me. So I saw no role for myself. In terms of being dangerous, that is what they mean. It simply meant that I was ideologically inclined. And I tell people that. I started off by saying, I am a disciple of the late Kwame Nkrumah. I remain a disciple of Kwame Nkrumah. I remain committed to militant Pan-Africanism. That is my philosophy. I follow Nyerere. I follow Nkrumah. I follow, if you like, Joe Slovo, Chris Hani. I follow revolutionaries in Africa. I'm a disciple of Gamal Abdel Nasser. My last son is called Gamal Boima Fahnbulleh. I'm a sympathizer of these people. I like the politics. They educate me. Is the politics geared towards the upliftment of the masses? I have not hidden that. I will not hide that. I will be dishonest to say to the Liberian people that if you ever support me, I will keep the system as it is. I will transform the system. I told the Americans that. I believe in transformation. I have seen that it's possible in other countries. People talk about Tanzania. Nyerere, when he died, Tanzania had the highest rate of literacy in the whole of Africa, 95%. Look at your country. You can drive 5 miles into certain areas of this country. If you have an accident, you are a dead body. There's not a single clinic. The Cubans have thousands and thousands of doctors. Are you afraid to ask the Cubans for 500 doctors to send to the rural areas? You know, one thing I've never hidden from the Americans is my politics of nationalism. I will never do that. And I guess I respect them because they know who I am. It would be a disservice to myself, to those who died and who believe in me. And I remember quite well after 1979 when I convinced myself that this struggle must continue. A little boy of 14 came to me on Broad Street. I'd just come from prison. He said, Dr. Fahnbulleh, hello. I said, how you do? He said, my brother, 18 years old, died. I said, what happened? He was shot by the police during the rights demonstration. I put my hand on his head and said, oh, I'm sorry. He said, Dr. Fahnbulleh, My brother was at that Moja rally when you said the African people are their own liberators. He believed in you.
The African people were the only what?
The African people are their own liberators.
Are the only liberators. Are their own liberators. The African people are their own liberators, right? Yes. Well, you know, we repeat it because sometimes we don't understand it and it's going far and wide. So people.
Why? Let me explain to you.
I didn't understand it.
It's a matter of consciousness building. It's a matter of consciousness building. The African people must realize that they have a great history of resistance. A great history of resistance. In the time of slavery, there was a rebellion of somebody called Nactona, a black slave. In Haiti, there was a black man called Toussaint Louverture who revolted against the French. All over Africa during the time of liberation, black people were struggling. What we tried to do at that rally was to say, don't wait for anybody to come and free you.
Come up and get up.
They will not come. You as men and women with consciousness, you will have to decide to free yourself. Take your destiny into your own hand. Demand equal rights in this country. That's what we mean when we say the African people are their own liberators. It has been proven since the struggle for independence. Who liberated Guinea-Bissau? The peasants, workers, and intellectuals of Guinea-Bissau under Amilcar Cabral. Who liberated Angola? The peasants, workers, students, and intellectuals of Angola under the leadership of the MPLA headed by Dr. Agostinho Neto. Who liberated Mozambique? The peasants and workers and intellectual students led by Frelimo, first under Eduardo Mulani and then under Samora Machel.
Dr. Fahnbulleh.
Madam, can I just finish?
It's a teaching now.
Commissioner?
Yes, go ahead,
Commissioner.
go ahead.
I've taken my time to come before you, Commissioner. I'm a busy man at the moment. I'm presiding over the security of the state.
He has to go to see about the security of the state.
No.
Doctor.
Excuse me. Let me say something. You know, I'll come in, Commissioner. I had a teacher. He was a very fantastic man. When he was lecturing, he felt that people were getting tired and bored. He would throw in a little joke. People laugh and come back to themselves. Madam Commissioner, yes.
Yes, and I know one of the traits of a teacher, if you try to your students and you see they're not getting it, you will continue to let them say it over until you show they've gotten it. Also, that's a trait of a teacher. But since you're doing security business, I'm sure there's a lot in my file too, and you'll be objective to know that you've been there and you see what in your file, so you can be objective with mine. The next thing you said that Adlai Stevenson said, with no gains, if there's no pains, there will be no gains. Now, no, you didn't say. I'm quoting him now to show too that read too. So, but anyway, you said that we all have said that, and I don't want to just dwell on 1980 Samuel too, because we started with 1955 with the David Coleman's episode, and also you brought out that your grandfather, the late Councillor Nadisi Brownell, ran as vice president to the late Edwin Barclay, right? Yes. Okay, it seems as though he must have lost that election. And I see from your talk and then what happened to your father, we too were small too, but we remember. And I remember when Doe took over, your father, the late Councillor H. Boima Fahnbulleh Senior, delivered an oration. I think it was the 26th oration. Or did he ever never deliver an oration or something?
The first anniversary of Redemption Day.
Huh?
The first anniversary of Redemption Day. The first anniversary of Redemption Day.
Oh yes, the first anniversary on Redemption Day. Could you, if you remember, could you tell us, because I know there was some salient points in that Redemption Day, because also we're doing history, and he has his own place. So for those who are not here and who didn't remember, he too has his place in history. And also Prince Brown, the late Prince Brown, he was also accused for a coup plot, and they had some trials in which he denied it. But with your recollection, did he ever, during the Doe regime, admit that indeed there was an attempt to overthrow, to liberate his people? Do you remember?
Oh, my father?
Prince Brown, or your father?
No, I don't know much about Prince Brown. But let me say this about my father.
Yes.
I remember vividly what he said on the first anniversary of Redemption Day. He said that it was a galling opportunity for the first time in the history of the country when the masses of the people will now be able to choose their leaders freely and fairly. But then I remember he warned the PRC, he warned them that they were very young men and they must realize one thing, that Samuel Doe was the trunk of the tree. The members of the PRC were the branches. And Abdurrahman Boima Fahnbulleh warned them, the enemies will begin to chip at the branches. If you don't allow them, they will devour you, they will chip at the branches. When they have cut down all the branches, you will be standing alone, and then they will cut the tree down. The old man warned Doe, I remember very well. That was what stuck in my mind, because sometimes he spoke in parable. And then the question of my father's trial. He read widely. He wrote. I remember an American journalist called Victor Dubois has a piece, The Trial of H. Boima Fahnbulleh. And he sat in the court for 2 weeks and listened to the old man. And he wrote, he said, I sat there and listened to Winston Churchill, Charles de Gaulle, Kwame Nkrumah, and Nelson Mandela, and Lenny and Mao Zedong all roll into one. Because the old man really expressed himself about him wanting to overthrow the two-party government. No. I discussed with my father when he came from prison, released by Tolba, sick and broken, after spending 23 hours every day in close confinement. I wanted to know, I was grown up, about his trial. And he said to me, do you realize that I have always been critical of what was happening? I didn't hide it. I remember in his studies, he would take the seal of Liberia, and all great revolutionaries have this fantastic sense of humor. And he will write where they have the Lord of Liberty brothers here, the old man will put under the wand of money will carry you back. And I will laugh at it. He said these brothers love money so much. That's the problem. We laugh about it. And I said, but what this whole idea of you, someone accusing you? He said, no. What these people really did, they met. Among themselves, they have said that Tottenham was growing old. He was sick. The possibility existed that there would be a change, and that the people were mobilizing for that change. He said, so elements of this old oligarchy, they look across the landscape. They say after Chapman, the people could demand that one of the sons become president after so many years, and they watched the landscape. And they singled him out. Why did they single him out? I found later on. The journalists who wrote Mrs. Talbot's book. He died not so long ago. Gordon something, a British man. I ran into this man in London at the African Center, and he was talking about his long involvement with Liberia, how he knew Tupman or so, and then he made a slip. He said, you know, he didn't know who I was. He said there was a diplomat here in London, a young man, and that man was very critical of the oligarchy. In fact, I informed Tupman that man should be watched because he was dangerous. He said later on, of course, he was arrested from Nairobi. He was arrested in Nairobi, charged for treason. You know, sometime in politics one must have unlimited endurance. I sat there, I watched this man telling me that he had elected the regime that my father, who was reading philosophy, very critical as all young men in London, he had told the government. My father said, you know, when they look across the landscape, the person they saw was Fahnbulleh. And let me tell you something, which was a historical coincidence. I come from Freetown in 1966, going to join my father in Nairobi. I ran into a young man who was a cadet at the Foreign Ministry, Whole Executive Mansion. This young man was a student at CWA. I'd gone for my passport. He said to me, "You're Fahnbulleh Jr.?" I said, "Yes." "And how's your father?" I said, "He's all right." "What is it?" He said, "I read the reports of all the ambassadors. I'm very impressed with your father. His analytical reasoning. He's a very interesting man." I said, "Yes, and who are you?" He said, "I'm a cadet, I'm called Barcus Matthews." I said, "Thank you." This was 1966. Barcus Matthews. He was a young cadet at the Foreign Ministry down there. And so my father felt that these people had zeroed in on him. And in order to keep the people fighting, they were going to set an example of him. But what they failed to calculate at that time was they would give him a platform, not only to educate the world as to what was happening in Liberia, but to show the iniquity of a system where you would take an ambassador of your country, charge him with sedition, and within 72 hours you change that to treason, and you throw him in prison like a common criminal, and you sentence him to 20 years imprisonment, confiscation of property, hard labor. The significance of his trial was that he had already seen himself as a sacrificial lamb, and he was going to use the court to put them on trial, to indict them. Read his trial, which he did. And then, as you know, Tubman died in 71. Talbot, who was vice president, came up and said, "If Ambassador Fahnbulleh is innocent, God will reveal that to me, I'll release him. But you were there with them, you should know whether he was innocent or not." A few weeks later, the old man was released. So the old man was never involved in any plot. He was critical, yes, as an educated man, as a man who had read economics, philosophy, logic, a man who was a lawyer, a trained lawyer. He was critical. But to say he was involved in an attempt to overthrow government, that was left to small Fahnbulleh. To organize with people in Moja to see how we could push this oligarchy, which we did. And do I have regrets? Do I have regrets because the oligarchy fell? Then you don't know your history. It was my mission from the time I was 14. It became my dream from the time I slept in prison with my father. Cell 9, cell 11, it became my objective that these people had no reason to rule an African state in a continent searching for identity. And so, thank those who feel pity for the oligarchy, Those who feel pity for the oligarchy, write your history and sympathize with that oligarchy.
Thank you for giving us this piece of history. Thank you for giving us this piece of history, because the tree is never dead until the last seed is dead. So although Mr. Fahnbulleh is dead, but his seed can give us this history. What year was he released?
The old man was released in 1971. It was December 1971.
Thank you very much for participating in the PRC process, being a part of history as an actor, a visionary, a participant, and writing history. We hope that whenever we call upon you privately, you'll be able to fill in the blanks and help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
In your testimony, you answered probably all of the questions I would have asked. So I have just two short questions for you. As you speak of your experience and the experience of your family, basically your father, being arrested for treason and being demoralized under the guise of being a communist, I'm just trying to understand what was happening politically as a country that people were being arrested and charged with being communist. What was going on with the communist thing?
I think two reasons. And you see, we had a repetition of this in history. Each time a government in this country feels that it is losing touch with the masses of the people, it throws out this socialist communist card. This was during the Cold War. Dole tried to do the same thing. Tubman did it. This was a way of winning support from the Americans, more support. This man had been in office for almost 2 decades. Even the Americans, reading through the works of Professor Gus Lebanon, had started sensing that there was a need for change. And those around Mr. Tubman knew that he could not go on living for long. So how do you get the Americans to support you? This was the height of the Cold War. The Americans were afraid of any nationalistic government. And so this whole thing was thrown out about communists trying to overthrow the system. And Ambassador Fahnbulleh was this communist agent. Even when he was reading books to educate himself, books that other people were using to educate themselves, he wanted to educate himself. They said he was reading books of Lenin, of Mao. My father said, I am an ambassador of Liberia. You sent me to represent you. I have to interact with the Russian ambassador, with the Chinese, with ambassadors from other countries, the British ambassador, people who are well educated. What do I tell them if they ask me questions? I don't understand the word. I will have to read and educate myself. So it's a simple tactics of these governments. Tubman, the communists were here. And so the whole thing about Fahnbulleh's trial, to give themselves a breathing space, was that in peaceful Liberia, where the Americans had invested so much interest in terms of the communication system, this and that, there was a communist, a high-profile communist, an ambassador, who wanted to change the system. This man could not be. The man was a Muslim. He said his prayers. Communism, the basis of communism is atheism. It's materialism, dialectical materialism. He could not believe in that. I know my father prayed, he went to the mosque. How could he be a communist? But they said this, people bought that. Mr. Tauber did the same thing. When people were saying, don't increase the price of rice, there was a demonstration, people were arrested. They took pamphlets of little students little boys who had gone to Cuba for the youth festival. One of them, very brilliant young man, had brought back to Liberia the sands from Playa de Ron, the Bay of Pigs, and he was showing his colleagues, yeah, sand from Bay of Pigs, the famous resistance of the Cuban people against the brigade coming to overthrow the regime. He brought it, they collected all these things, and the next thing we knew, there was this little pamphlet, the Hammer and the Sickle, Communist foreign threat to decivilize Liberia. The communists were coming. The same ploy, the same little ploy, the same ploy. That was during the Cold War, when you could frighten the Americans with all these lies, these tales. Today Liberians are here, Chinese building them university, fix their stadium, building schools. The Chinese are good, the Liberian people say they are building these things. In those days, Fahnbulleh perished in prison because he dared say that we must open up and embrace everybody. So I don't mind being called what they want to call me. Since you have not called Fahnbulleh a thief, he has not stolen money. As a young man, he served Minister of Education, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Fahnbulleh cannot be accused of exploiting the people. I'm satisfied what you call me. That's up to you. I know myself, who I am. I have not told you anything about what I believe in, because that will take an entire analysis. But the problem here is that this country must realize that it must engage with all nations of the world against the fundamental background that the leadership understands its interests. You cannot be afraid of people. If the Chinese come, deal with the Chinese. If they can help your people plant rice, deal with that. If they can build hospitals, if the Cubans can come, if the Americans can come, and you show off yourself, you are not niggers, you are black men and women. So why are you afraid? So the whole communist boogie was meant to frighten right-wing circles in the United States. Right-wing circles, I'd say. Not Democrats. Right-wing circles in certain European countries. Fascists, like those led by Franco in Spain, those led by Mussolini in Italy, those led by Hitler in Germany, who found the metamorphosis in apartheid. Backward fascists. These are the people who always use the communist boogie. And when you had these long tailcoat, bowler hat caricatures promoting that, people believe that. At the university, we're all communists because we taught something different. How can you send somebody to school in the United States? He comes back with a degree and he's teaching students with very critical minds. I agree, some of them have fires in the stomach, ideas in the head, but they can analyze for themselves. To even condemn us that we're communists indoctrinating students is to disrespect the very students, because they know what is good for them. And funnily, most of the students who went to my classes are today some of the biggest right-wing elements you can think about. Not that they didn't learn, but student politics is student politics. They get there with ideas, they toy with ideas. They graduate, they get married, they come out of universities, they are men, they have to take care of the children. That's when you know who the real revolutionaries are. Not when you're young men in the university. We all went through that. We all wore our khaki trousers, t-shirts, Che Guevara, berets, sandals, impressing people. When you graduate and have children to feed, a wife who depends on you, a household, and you remain a revolutionary, ready to pay the price, then you are a revolutionary.
Dr. Fahnbulleh, amongst several things, the TRC mandate has asked us to also recommend reforms of the various institutions, including judiciary. So my next question is aimed at actually trying to help us understand what has happened with certain systems and how probably when we get to the point of making reforms, we can be better informed as to how we can go about it. You were exposed early on to how brutal any political system can be. You were in prison at a very young age, between 18 to 19 years old, and then in later years as an adult. I would just like for you to share with us some of your experiences in prison. What were the conditions in prison? And whether in later years when you were in prison, whether anything changed?
Well, put it this way, if you like, I had indoctrinated myself to believe that in the struggle in which I was involved, anything was possible. I realized that death was a certainty. It was a certainty. That's why when men wanted to fight and I believed in what they were doing, I decided I wanted to join them. The prison system was no different from prison anywhere. It is horrible. I guess it depends on what you expected in prison. You go into the villages, the peasants live on the bare floor, they sleep on the bare floor. They're exposed to the elements of nature. Prison is not meant to be a five-star hotel. So obviously, yes, we're given dirty water to drink, but I expected that. We slept on the floor. What's wrong with that? If you check your country, about 60% of the people sleep on the floor anyway. Oh, max. No. Prison conditions didn't change me. And furthermore, the authorities were nice. They allowed, when I was a young boy of 18, when I was the man that and I arrested, my mother brought food, my relatives brought food. I had all I wanted in prison. I was allowed to read books and so. But no, there were harsh conditions, but then a brother in America, I remember I was talking to him one day about the Black Revolution in America. And he said, a brother of ours said something very interesting. Don't ever call yourself a revolutionary until you are willing to eat grass to survive. Until you are willing to eat grass to survive. So that stuck in my consciousness. At the central prison, I was put into 4B, around the mosquitoes and everything. We had standing room only. But then at night, the brothers, respect for the university teacher, managed to get a carbo. And they opened up the carbo and put it down and said, Doc, you must sleep. I said, no. I cannot sleep, we must all stand up. So the carbo will be for all of us. So we stood up, talking to ourselves, enjoyed, anticipating what was in stock for us. Then I was transferred to the main prison on death row, and they had one of our militants right where the gallows was. His room was right before the gallows. And I would walk by him and look through. And I'll say, the gallows are right behind you. That means we're all dead men. I said, but they will take you first, eh? So we laughed about it as young men. And you see, frankly, as young men then, especially we who came out of Moja, we were prepared for any sacrifice. We felt they were going to kill us, they will kill us. We were not afraid. Frankly, there was nothing like fear in our bellies. All the time we stayed in prison. But then we're in the murder cell. We met some interesting people, talked to them about their experience. But by 1979, frankly, after the rights riot, the regime realized that it had blundered. And so they improved the condition of food and other things. Slightly, they improved the food. But come back to my arrest at the 18-year-old during my father's trial. I was in the room with 3 grown men. And this day they brought me outside. There was a son of the oligarchy who had brought in a servant. And all this servant had done, he had broken some plates. And they brought him to the prison. I was outside waiting for some relatives. I was a young man of 18, and that was my experience of the injustice of the system. And this young man, I know him, and I will not call his name until the time comes, said to the jailer, this man was disrespectful in the house, he broke some plates. My mother talked to him, he wanted to talk back. Gave him 25. In my presence, they beat this poor man. 25 lashes. I went back into the cell and told my father. My father says, and that's how they treat the people. That's how they treat the people. I still remember that. That was in 1968. By 1979, prison conditions were all right. When I became Minister of Foreign Affairs, some ladies came to me and said the relatives were in prison. They had spoken to the Red Cross to go and improve the prison. And I said, Madam, I'm very happy that you want to improve this prison. Because you see, I was there. Now that your relatives are there, you're going to improve it. Tomorrow, it will be good for all of us. That is why today, it's good that we build good prisons for those and not just put them in prison. In prison, we must train people. Give them some skills in prison. You know, sometimes I wonder the amount of medical doctors, engineers, political scientists, lawyers who sit, who rot in prison, who rot in the wasteland, poor people's children, who, if given the opportunities, are far more brilliant than we are. I taught students with my PhD. I read some of the papers. These students were more analytical than I was at that age. Brilliant people. So you're wasting all this talent by keeping your people trapped in wretchedness and poverty. You cannot. So the prison system will be improved. But in 1979, Fahnbulleh did not feel that the prison was bad because I was a political prisoner, and I was convinced that being a political prisoner, from the prison I thought I would have been shot. So as long as I stay in prison, it was better than be taken to the gallows. So my calculation was, the longer I stay here, the better. But of course that did not happen. And thanks to those on the Brownell Commission, thanks to the Liberian people who made it known to the student masses that they will not harbor a treason trial in our execution. Thanks to them. And that is why we say, until we give out the last breath, we will continue to struggle for the upliftment of the people, their participation in the democratization of the society, so that their children will not beg on their knees for a homeland that the fathers will have won for them on their feet. This is our dream, this is our goal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, for coming, providing so much insight. Thank you very much for coming and providing so much insight. In your responses, you have, as my colleague mentioned, addressed most of the issues that have come up as questions. But again, for the enlightenment of the public, would you bear with me as I ask you a few questions which may seem like repetitive. Now, there are stories that the formation of the NPFL was done by Moja, or should I say the NPFL, the stories go, was founded by Moja in Accra, in Aburi, Ghana. Can you comment on this? Is there any truth to this?
Before I begin to answer Commissioner Stewart, I must say, I mentioned here about a young man whose room was by the gallows. I wanted this public manner to pay homage to Commissioner Stewart. He was a young man who was facing the gallows. I want to pay homage. But let me say this. I remember quite clearly the meeting in Aburi. The meeting in Aburi was a meeting of Moja to take an assessment of the situation, the political and economic situation in Liberia. It was to deal with the question of what will Moja do in case of an elections which were going to be called by the military government. Since our people were all in exile, with the exception of Dr. Amos Sawyer, we asked ourselves, were we prepared to go in an alliance, or were we going to go for the election and challenge Joe? The MPFL was nowhere around. Taylor was still, I think, either languishing in prison or somewhere. I don't know where he was. There was nothing whatsoever. We met in Aburi. We discussed the possibility of reintroducing ourselves into the system for the democratic elections. We left from there with instructions to our militants to come back home and assess the situation, and to then discuss with Brother Sawyer how the party could be registered and what we wanted to achieve. This was before the banning of the LPP and the UPP. So no, Commissioner Stewart, there's absolutely no truth. And I ask you the question, why would Moja militants with the political consciousness, men who had gone through the literature of political struggle, why would they organize and then delegate the leadership to a Charles Taylor? How? There's no truth, it's not possible. We're capable of doing this, and I've said to you, some of us who broke away from the movement later on, decided to take that part. We were capable of leading the struggle. Why a Charles Taylor? And let me tell you something. This is why the Libyans deported some young Liberians who had gone with Joe Wally. He had sent them to Libya. They got there, and all of a sudden, they saw Charles Taylor, and they said to the Libyans, what is this man doing here? The Libyans say he's a friend of Blaise Compaoré, we brought him. They say, no, he's nobody. He shouldn't be here. The Libyans asked them out. That's not true. That's not true. We have never, ever associated with the MPFL. I challenge all the MPFL founders who are alive, whether in America, Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, or in The Hague. I challenge any one of them to come and tell the Liberian people that Moja or Fahnbulleh ever associated with the MPFL. Who are political militants. We just don't follow people. That's not true. That's not true. We never ever, and we were never ever associated with Mr. Taylor and his MPFL.
Now, there are those who, in their attempt to understand the dynamics of Liberian political history, who always lead the charge that things were all right in Liberia until the quote-unquote progressives came around. Can you comment on that?
I'm sure if you take a very old chief from one of the chiefdoms and ask him, how was Liberia? He'll probably say to you, well, for what my forefathers told me, Liberia was all right until the coming of the Elizabeth. That's the ship that brought the settlers. He'll probably say that. Oh, Liberia was all right before the coming of these people. Let's go back a bit. Elections in 1955. The execution of Dede Kobo and his son. Liberia was all right. The prosecution of Ditwe. The prosecution of Koli Tamba. Harold Bracewell, his death in Belayala, Liberia was all right. The fake tracing trials of so many people, including my father. The arrest of student leaders like Emma Comer, Tema Wallace, Quinga Harris. The persecution of people, Liberia was all right. The discrimination, this is your problem. This is your problem. Oh, of course it was all right. It was all right for those who held power, it was all right for the oligarchy. We did not constitute West Point, which is a ghetto of horrendous poverty. We did not put our people on the plantation to work as serfs, sniffing acid for plantation for 5 stone. We did not create these slums and conditions of our people. We only interpreted the reality to them. In the country with such vast economic growth, it is possible to provide low-cost housing for people. It is possible to provide quality education. It is possible to do this and do that. We had no alternative. The worst kind of human being is an educated man who is blind to reality. The worst kind of human being is the educated man who is blind to reality. You are being dishonest. So what did we do? You wanted us to be like our fathers, brothers and uncles, who changed their names and were assimilated and kept quiet? No. That was a different era of history. It was a different era of history. We had come into a position where our movement was the movement for justice in Africa, Moja. We were identifying with liberation movements where black men were taking arms to redeem themselves, to win their liberation. And then we were reading Nkrumah, we were reading Sekou Touré, and you expected us to come and fold our hands and say this system where they wear bowler hat and take off and go to the Masonic craft, and where they throw signs in court to convict people. That this system must last. You know, probably these people who condemn us, it's possible that in the end they will be grateful to us, because our sacrifice made it possible for us all to be here. Unfortunately, a lot of our people died, but for us to be here today, and that we have the opportunity to elect our representatives to talk about transforming our country, they should be grateful, because Mr. Tolman would have left the office. It could have been taken by Mr. Richie Hendricks or Mr. X, who believed that we must create more Bantustans all over the place. It could have been worse. So for God's sake, even if we didn't come, even if Moja didn't come here, even if Paul didn't come, Liberia would have imploded because of the developing contradictions in the society. I was at my father's trial. I sat there. And when he talked, the students from the University of Liberia and Lapad would clap for him. They were understanding what he was saying. Understanding. J. Gus Rubinoff in his book, The Evolution of Privilege, called that the panic button. Even if we hadn't come, are you telling me that the people will have continued to support, by the poverty and ignorance, a discarded social system and a false and bankrupt aristocracy? Are you saying that to us? Probably you can only say to us that you read the situation well. You can accuse us of being political opportunists, of reading the minds of the people, of understanding the trajectory of history. That you can say. But to say if we had not come, and you really think, if Mandela did not appear, nobody would have come in South Africa. If Dr. Neto, this is the policeman theory of history. That one individual, they can make changes. If the objective conditions are not right, and the people are not willing to listen, you can have changes. We were only articulating, making clear what the people were already feeling, but could not say, could not articulate. How does a poor, hungry man understand that the exploitation going on in Lamco and Firestone, such exploitation was being done through his sweat and blood? Was only to show him the reality. To show him the reality. In any society where wealth is so skewed, where 2-3% of the people control 64% of the wealth, that is a recipe for disaster. You don't need no social scientist to tell you that. It's simple, and this is all we did. Now to come back after all these years and accuse us, demonize us, that it is because of us that your peaceful society. What peaceful? Do you know how many rubber tappers were dying every year on the plantations? Do you know how many babies were dying before they could get to the hospitals? What peaceful society you have? A society of security agents all over. Society rule, through taboo, and mental giant society. Please understand your history better. We did what we wanted to do in the context of our time. My generation felt that we could not live like our father's generation. And because of that, we agitated for democratic changes. Whatever happened through that, these were unintended consequences. But so is history. History has a lot of unintended consequences. Men do not set out to change history the way they want, simply because they do not have the ability. They are not gods to say history will do this if I do this. No. It happened. These are unintended consequences. They could have come with a soldier just been frustrated because he was not paid adequately by his boss, and he would probably shot him. So probably we must understand our history better. Don't blame us. Don't blame us for what happened to your society. Blame your history. Blame your history. Your history of iniquity, of injustice, of arrogance, of brutalization, of imprisonment, of hounding of the people's children. That is your history. That was what was rectified, or the people thought they had rectified. You can't come to a country. You can't come to a country and rule for 100+ years and still have the highest rate of illiteracy with one of the fastest growth rates after Japan since the Second World War. You cannot. You cannot accept you keep the people in chains, keep them blind, keep them illiterate. But the contradiction was that you had to open the system, send them to schools, bring television, because you were part of the globalized world. And the people's children asked questions. The slave revolts in America were carried out by slaves who had read the Bible. Because the Bible said, if you close your ears to the cries of the poor, you too will cry. They read that. So they went against the old slave mentality. You say to the people, you are Liberians, you have a constitution, and then you keep them in wretchedness on the plantations, etc., and you expect the sons to sit and say, I must be somebody. The only way I can promote myself is to change my name from Collie to Dooms or whatever. No. That is an identification of oppression. Because what you are telling your people, you don't have any identity. It was not for nothing that brothers came from America and started changing the names back to the original. It was a form of protest. A form of protest. I can sympathize with those brothers. I didn't have to do it because my father, being a conscious man, said my older sister will be called Miata, Aminata. I will be called Boima, Brahma, or Ibrahim. My brother will be called Bokai, Abubakar. So we knew where we came from. But other brothers had seen the contradictions, so they came back. This system is not right. I do not have to be a Mr. X to be accepted. I'm educated. I do not have to join the Masonic craft to be somebody. I will go a step further and say, I don't have to be a member of a particular church or marry into a particular family to be somebody. This is my country. And people must be promoted on the basis of merit. It's nobody's farm. It's not your farm. It's your country. It's my country. And the same way you are passionate about a country, I too am passionate about my country. And if you institute tyranny, as a nationalist and patriot, it's my duty to oppose you. And that we will do. Some people in a term that demonization refer to us as recycled politicians. I said in a speech, insofar as injustice is recycled, we will be around, we will be recycled. Insofar there is injustice and poverty, we will be around, we will be in circle. Because we have to fight against this. If we must build a society of cohesion, a society of unity, we must begin to respect every man and woman, irrespective of where they come from. No matter who they are. You cannot claim any special right to the soil because your father was from Morovia, grew up. Your symbols, a young brother said to you, look at your symbols. Look at your symbols. We've been saying it for years. Years. You don't want to meet in the National Sovereign Conference and deal with this question of your symbol. They're symbols of domination. The symbols of domination. And so your falsified history must be rectified. And people say, but the history has not been written. It is not that it has been written, it's that you have not read the history. That is the problem. You've read the history that you want to read, that they want you to read. There's a lot of history out there. We deal with Liberia and the crisis in Liberia. The problem of identification. Who are we? And let me say something, it's just a joke. I was saying to a brother in Nigeria, I said, the war is terrible. It's terrible. But there is something positive. Many of our people, especially from our so-called upper class, they have come to Ghana, Nigeria, they've gone to Sierra Leone, Guinea. I say they now realize that so-called civilized, educated women from the upper class wear African costume. They feel proud. I say in my country, they thought only market women wore these things. Before they stopped, they went to the national functions, burning heat, gloves, bowler hats. These people, I said to him, these people never thought they were African people. They never thought they were African people. That is your history. So examine your history. See the crisis that you developed. And your tragedy is that your fathers and forefathers, most of them were not courageous enough to confront the problems. So they threw the problems on the lap of their children. And their children inherited the problems, like Talbot and others, who inherited the problems. But whether I can tell you something, do or no do, moja or no moja, pal or no pal, PVP, the way this society is organized or was organized, it was just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. That's when we came in.
Thank you. Now, against the backdrop of what has been said, and I have reference to what you referred to earlier about Herman Cohen, former Assistant Secretary of State. Against the background of what he said during the TRC hearings in the U.S., would you opine that the involvement of Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire in the Liberian crisis somehow received the tacit approbation of the U.S.?
Let me say, the late Ahmed Sékou Touré had said to us, A.B. Talbot had been killed together with Barney Sherman. After the execution of Thomas West End, I had taken over the foreign ministry after Barker's marches. And Samuel Doe sent Podia and myself to Guinea to go and explain to Sékou Touré that the late West End had killed A.B. Talbot. Our delegation got to Guinea and they took us to the Palace de Peuple. Of course, I'm a secretary, widely read, he understood so much. The first thing he brought up, he said, I noticed that your students are agitating. And the late podium said, the students are troublemakers. Ahmed Secretary said, no. When you took power, the students were rejoicing. If today they have turned against you, it's because you have changed. Students don't change, not until they leave college. You have to examine yourself. Podia then said, Head of State Doe wants me to tell you that the late Western, the Vice Head of State, executed A.B. Talbot. Secretary said to him, Secretary said, Hufei is not a man who forgives easily. He said when A.B. Talbot was arrested from the French embassy and put in prison, Hufei Boini sent to me to ask me to intercede with Doe to free A.B. Talbot. Secretary said, I sent my Prime Minister, Lassana Biagogi, to Doe. Doe said to me, there was no problem. A.B. Talbot was all right. We'll go to trial. A couple of months later, the news got to French intelligence that A.B. Talbot had been executed. French intelligence then informed President Hufei Boini. Hufei Boini again sent to President Touré. He said, I've learned that A.B. Talbot has been killed. Secretary said, I sent Biagogi again to Head of State Doe. Head of State Doe said it was not true. Now you have come to me to tell President Hufei Boini that A.B. Talbot was killed by the late Western. And Secretary said, Western is dead, he cannot defend himself. But I can tell you one thing. We all have to die and answer to our Maker. But Hufei Boini, knowing him as I do, he will not forgive you. And so yes, when Hufei realized that there was a group willing to overthrow Samuel Doe, and it was stated at the Hague trial by one of the leading members of the NPFL that they were giving arms. While waiting for leading arms, they were giving arms by the Ivorian Defense Ministry. Of course Hufei Boini knew. And because of Hufei Boini's connection in Paris, it is possible that he convinced the French. The French were heavily involved. He convinced the French that Taylor should be helped. We have information from our sources that the son of the President of France, of President Mitterrand, was in contact with the Taylor people. So obviously Burkina Faso, Blaise Compaoré will only be courageous to send 700 to 1,000 soldiers into Liberia if he had the tacit endorsement of the French. Through Hufei Boini. Yes, now it's just possible that the French, knowing that they were going to support Mr. Taylor, knowing the connection of Hufei Boini to Mr. Taylor and his group, and also Blaise Compaoré, it is just possible that they could have sent the signals to the Americans that we can handle this. And that was the problem the Nigerians had. Because the Nigerians had the potential, they had the capacity to destroy the NPFL. They were stopped at every step of the way. And they kept saying to themselves, what is happening about Liberia? Why do we find it so difficult to get a consensus to move in with full force and stop this war? Arms were coming through the Ivory Coast. So if you like, at a particular stage, because of the involvement of Hufei Boini, because of other international actors, this whole internal rebellion became a vast international conspiracy to help the Taylor people to stop certain other forces who were perceived to be anti-whatever. So yes, I think, and I must appreciate what Mr. Cohen said to you people in America. He knows, he has seen the records, But we can only conjecture that there was a desire by certain international actors to ensure that Mr. Taylor took power in Liberia, irrespective of the fact that he was coming from Libya, which was a pariah state, with all its values antithetical to the values of certain international partners or actors. So yes, I believe that sincerely. And so obviously at the end, Mr. Taylor was given the presidency. But like all historical mirages, Mr. Taylor ended the way he did. He ended the way he did. Because this society is complex. It's complex. To rule a society, you have to understand the actors, the various forces. Why was it possible after a few years? Learn, model, all these people popping up. You cannot take power through guns and then intend to suppress people when they have already taken guns before. This crisis here, this crisis in Liberia was a crisis of leadership. 1997, the Americans, the French, the entire international community, through the instrumentality of Future Boy and his people, even the Nigerians had conceded to Taylor that you are president of Liberia. You are president of Liberia. We deal with you. So why all this aggression? Why all these movements into other countries? What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to prove? So that was the tragedy. The tragedy was, as Mandela said recently, it's a want of leadership. You have been given power. Develop your country. Your opponents are in exile. And you are making the joke to your supporters. When I leave from here, some of them will come walking with sticks. They will be so old. Vision 2021. The man didn't have vision for 2001. He talked about 2024. But this was the reality. So it was a serious tragedy of leadership. And that's where we got to where we were. With more wars. With more wars. So yes, Mr. Stewart. The Ivorian silver bunny is there. But of course, we paid close attention to the trial because we ourselves did not know certain things until we started following the trial. And now the puzzle is all coming into place. It's all coming into place. Our arrest, the killing of our militants, the killing of Liberians, all these talks in Washington, socialism, communism, only to make way for Taylor. But like they say, history poses no problem for which there is no solution.
Now, against this backdrop, would you agree with those who hold the view that Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, even the U.S., in a way, should pay reparations to Liberia for the kind of havoc that was wreaked by someone who described as the marionette?
You see, my brother, Commissioner Stewart, men who rule country, or women who rule country, will have to realize that politics is not a Sunday school party. The Americans have their interests to protect. They will protect their interests. It's possible they saw Taylor as having momentum. The Ivorians felt that Mr. Doe was anathema. He had killed A.B. Toba. The old man was aggrieved. Blaise Compaoré had to do the biddings of the old man. So these countries obviously gave support to Charles Taylor. All nations must realize, as they say, the fundamentals of international politics. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. What they did? They did against the background of the perception that Mr. Taylor would probably be better for their interests. Now, if you talk about these countries paying reparation, I gave you a good example. Most people do not know that the Americans are spending over $250 million every year to keep the unmanned forces here. To keep the unmanned forces. The budget of unmanned in Liberia is close to $800 million. Americans are paying over $250 million. I think that's reparation enough. Now, it's possible some people say, pay more. But you see, big nations have their interests. You must understand how you engage them. And that is why the leader must be a strategist. You must identify where there are ideas or interests of convergence. If you ask America to pay, and America say we not pay, you going to invade New York or Washington? Blaise Compaoré. I've never been to Burkina Faso. I was a great admirer of Thomas Sankara, and I always remember his famous quotation: a soldier without political education is a potential bandit. That was Sankara. I've never been to Mr. Compaoré's country, and I hope I never go there while he's there. Compaoré has been identified by the United Nations as a seller of arms to UNITA in Angola, as a trafficker in diamonds, as one of the men who fomented civilization in West Africa. Have you heard anybody talk about Compaoré going to war crimes or so? That is the nature of international politics. Mr. Compaoré has big backers, huge backers with nuclear weapons. Compaoré is going nowhere. That is what Charles Taylor did not realize. Blaise Compaoré has been the epic center of all destabilization movements in West Africa, in East Africa. Nobody has taken him. Nobody will take him. They were even organizing ECOWAS meeting in Ouagadougou. No, it's different. You can't force them to pay reparations. La Côte d'Ivoire, they have their own crisis. They will tell you that was Houphouët Boigny. That's not us. You want to name and shame them? Do so. But what would it benefit you? Are you going to now sell the blood of your people who have died? There are over 250,000. You're going to ask for payment for the blood? Ask for payment for the blood? That they were instrumental in promoting wars? No. What we do is that we strengthen our country, educate our citizens, so that tomorrow, no army, no old man, because of his relationship with people, can invade our country, even when Onme leaves. It's our responsibility. I think to go groveling before these people, begging them, pay us reparation. Liberia is destroyed. So, other nations have been destroyed through wars. Angola, 30 years of wars. Other people have fought wars. Nicaragua, Vietnam. They are building their own country. The worst thing you can do to the memory of those who died is to say to those who were responsible, the external actors, pay us for the death of our people. You don't do that. Instead, what we do, we establish a massive monument and select a day in our history where every day we go and remind our children and their children that men died because of so and so reasons, and we must make sure that this will never happen again. That's what we can do. Let us not be beggars to those who laugh that because we were weak, underdeveloped, that they could do what they wanted to do to our country. Our duty and your duty as young men and women is to ensure that your leaders strengthen your country, empower you as young people, not to be afraid, but to be able to defend yourselves at any time. So tomorrow, these borders will not be porous. If you don't do that, and you go to Mr. Compaoré, you go to the Ivorians, you go to the Americans, what they will conclude is that these poor black people are now selling blood for money. It's not blood diamonds, it's blood for money. The people have died, they are begging for money. We got gold, we got diamond, we got rubber, we got timber, we got iron ore, we got marine resources. People say we are rich. It is not reflected in the welfare of our people. We must be bold enough to say we will seize our resources and deposit them in the laps of our people. Our partners can walk along with us. And so the message we send to those is that when we strengthen ourselves and mobilize our people, if you dare come again, you'll find a united people, angry and determined that there will not be a repetition of this history. Also.
Thank you. Now, as a prominent politician and a political scientist, how do you reckon I'm talking about the Liberian situation, how do you think the politics of the Cold War impacts regional decision making vis-a-vis the resolution of the Liberian crisis?
Well, you see, I think it was very easy. Now, after the Cold War, it was obvious that nobody could play the card. Nobody could play the communist card. So people like the late Boima and his partners in West Africa decided that, of course, they will support whoever they wanted to support. But when the Nigerians came in with ECO, the whole Liberian peacekeeping took another dimension. Because under President Babangida, the Nigerians were determined that the Nigerian army will not be humiliated in Liberia. They were determined. But they realized one thing, that if major powers were supporting Charles Taylor, there could only be one reason, and that was to humiliate the Nigerian army to such an extent that it would go back home, implode, and there would be a change. Because you know, the Western powers had an example. It happened in Argentina. The military had taken power in Argentina. A very repressive military regime. And when the Western powers wanted to destroy the Argentinian army, its legitimacy, it simply went into the Falklands. When they got into the Falkland Island, they were beaten back. When they went back home, the people said, this is an army that cannot even defend our sovereignty. So, what legitimacy do you have to rule? The army had to go back to the barracks. The Nigerians were always aware of the Argentine example. That if they were not careful in Liberia, they would be shamed into withdrawing, and Mr. Taylor will crown his victory with the defeat of Nigeria, which would then have to deal with the problem of Nigerian citizens demanding a civilian rule. And I'm saying here, what obtained here was that the French, and I make bold to say, the French have always been suspicious of the Nigerians in West Africa. Because for them, they felt that the Nigerians had this policy of PAC Nigeriana, like the Americans have theirs of PAC Americana, or PAC Britannia. That the Nigerians had this whole thing of a PAC Nigeriana. The Nigerians were also very wary of the French, because France was the only major country that supported the Biafrans in the struggle for secession. The French was the only country. So the Nigerians were very hesitant that with the French involvement through Boima, they had to be very careful, because France will never allow the defeat of a group supported by Boima in Liberia. And it's possible. It's just possible that Abacha got the signal and decided that Nigeria should cut its losses and leave, with power given to Mr. Taylor. Yes, the regional configuration of power at that time favored Boima because he had serious backing. And he exploited that. You can't blame him. You can't even blame Mr. Taylor. And the whole idea of the Cold War at its end, if you were to bring up the question of communism, the Americans felt that this system was dying. Any African who toyed with the system was crazy. And I still believe, in my heart to heart, that one reason why the Americans probably abandoned Samuel Doe was when he started dealing with Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania. The Americans felt that this was the end of the Cold War. The Soviet system was imploding. From within, it was being destroyed. Ceausescu was the last remaining Stalinist communist. And he was moving around to solidify his position. It was the time that Samuel Doe brought him here, gave him a doctorate degree, brought in tanks from this man. And for the Americans, Mr. Dole didn't understand the nature of the international struggle. And so yes, those who promoted Mr. Taylor and helped him had a conjunction. The whole idea of the regional grouping of power under Hugh Boyne, and also the fear of certain international actors that no pro-communist or pro-Russian or sympathizer of any communist will emerge in any West African country. This was the age of the American century. I think that's what Mr. Cohen was trying to say. This was the age of the American century. And so therefore, Mr. Doe fell victim to forces he did not understand, that he could never comprehend. Ditto for Mr. Taylor. With the fall of communism, there was no more. He tried several times to pin these exile as communist sympathizers. But he failed to realize with the end of the Cold War, another boogeyman had emerged, and that was so-called Islamic fundamentalism, which the Americans realized. And poor Mr. Taylor, out for business, probably decided to deal with elements who came looking for diamond without him realizing that these people were members of Al-Qaeda. And so therefore the Americans felt that, but this is a dangerous young man. We gave you power, we allow you to rule, we've been interacting with you, and you bring Al-Qaeda to Liberia? These were the people who blew up the Twin Towers in America. And at the Hague, some of the people said, yes, we knew them, we saw them. These are pictures the FBI put out. These are the people Mr. Taylor was dealing with. For the Americans, that was unforgivable. Like Doe, like Taylor, was strange.
Now, as a follow-up, given what you said, what would you say were the perspectives of other players in the sub-region like Sierra Leone, Ghana, and how did such perspectives shape or help to influence the outcome, the final outcome, as we saw it, or the developments in the sub-region, so to speak?
Well, let me start with Sierra Leone. That I know a lot of. I had revealed to the Sierra Leone authorities, because I found out in Tripoli that Fodesako was very close to Taylor. And I had spoken to the ideologue of the RUF, a fellow called Professor Cleo Hansis. He's dead now. The one who gave me the RUF manifesto in '87. And I had told the Sierra Leoneans that there's going to be trouble. That these guys are coming called the RUF. I have a problem with them because they are dealing with this man called Taylor. So for Sierra Leone, they had to stop whatever was developing in Liberia. So of course, Mama was predisposed to ECOMOG being formed when we realized that it would be necessary to stop any regional confrontation. The best solution would be to go in as a force. In the case of Ghana, the Nigerians felt that they would go into Liberia. They had a responsibility as a major player to stop the crisis in Liberia. And so they wanted to convince the Ghanaians to go. That the Nigerians felt that if they had come in alone, it would give the impression to the French, the Ivorians, that they were stopping the interests of certain people. So they convinced the Ghanaians that if we want to help sister African countries, we have to go as a force in there to make sure that we separate the belligerents, the fighters, bring these people to discuss. It was based on that President Momo offered his country as a base for the Nigerians who had gone in with the 1,004 men force when they couldn't stop in Monrovia. The Ghanaian government was convinced it was necessary to come into Liberia to help. They sent forces too. The Guineans who were ready to come to those aid, but had been told that they will have to fight a war, probably with a backing against Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso, they decided to join because it was in their interest to ensure that no pro-Burkinabe or pro-Ivorian regime took power in Liberia. And if you notice, President Dawda Jarawa of the Gambia was then the chairman of ECOWAS. Every Francophone country refused to be a part of the initial ECOMOG. The 4 countries, except Guinea, the countries which were involved, Nigeria, the superpower of West Africa, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, and the one country which still maintained its position like secretary did, that it would be non-aligned and neutral. These 5 countries. Ivorians refused to come. Of course, Burkina Faso was not coming. The Senegalese refused to come at first. The Togolese said they were not coming. Benin said they were not coming. So the ECOWAS force was only the force of English-speaking West African country plus Guinea. And so the reality then was that you had to now get into Liberia by hook or by crook. And once Samuel Doe sent out the message that he would turn over power to anybody except Charles Taylor, an interim government, as I said, was formed. And ECOMOG responsibility was to bring in the interim government, install the interim government, divide the belligerents, separate them, go for a peace conference, and try to resolve the Liberian crisis by taking very little casualties. But you know the history. Taylor refused, established his own government. He said he was not a gun for hire for any politician, and he would fight until he got to Monrovia, fighting in shore, with the backing of his key supporters, the Libyans, the Ivorians, the Burkinabes, and as we have found, others who felt that they could exploit the situation. So we come back again to political opportunism. Why they exploited the situation, why they did not support ECOMOG. That is what the historians are still trying to understand. Had ECOMOG been supported at its fullest by West Africa, the war would have been over. The war would have been over by 1991-92. But there were divisions within ECOMOG, serious divisions. And the Nigerians who took the brunt, the expenses of maintaining the peace by 1997, with the pressure from back home, they felt that it was enough to give power to Taylor. But that didn't end the crisis in Liberia. It was the beginning of a much more horrendous war, a much more deadly war. The consequences you all know, as many of you were here.
Now, I won't say much of a follow-up, but there were some who appeared before the TRC, placing blame on those who had supported the ECOWAS initiative by charging that they were the cause of the problem by forming a government while a president was still sitting in power and creating such a problem. Of course, there are those who dismiss that. What would you say?
But you see, it was very interesting because that's very interesting. Because we were getting intelligence report. I mentioned the visit of Dr. Abbas Bundu to Monrovia, and he was executive secretary of ECOWAS. Dr. Bundu went behind rebel lines, Taylor lines. His impression was that Taylor was popular. The women had spread their lapel for Taylor to walk on like Jesus entering Jerusalem. And my famous quip to him was that, well, you know what happened to Jesus afterwards? He had come to Monrovia. And he had met Samuel Doe in the executive mansion. And Samuel Doe had argued that he would give power to anybody except Charles Taylor, who he condemned as a fugitive and a thief. He said that to Abbas Bundu. And he said, I am ready to move from this mansion with my feet first before giving power to Taylor. So we understood this was going to be a fight to the end. Taylor on one side, over the BBC, referring to Samuel Doe, don't mind that boy. We're not stopping for that boy must come down. Doe on the other side, refusing to accept the indignity, saying to the executive secretary of ECOWAS, who had been sent by the leaders of West Africa, I'd rather die here than turn power over to Taylor. And so, the idea of the interim government was the middle road. Joe is ready to go. He's ready to leave Liberia. If Taylor is interested in elections, let him stop where he is. Let's negotiate. This interim government can only hold power for about 1 year. It will go. It's a temporary solution. He refused. If ECOMOG had not come in, I can say something to you. It would have been a total destruction of this country. It would have been a war which would have engulfed the entire sub-region. Because if ECOMOG had not come in, the Guineans were determined to come in. Based on the ECOWAS Defense Accord, they would have come into those on those sides. The Nigerians would have come in on those sides. The Ivorians would probably have been forced to give more support to the Burkinabes to come in on Taylor's side. This would have been a battleground fought by proxy armies of certain international actors. Our calculation was that the interim government was the only temporary solution. Bring in the interim government. If you control 90% of the population, you control the country, then let the interim government come and then go for election in 1 year. They refuse, and they attack ECOMOG. The war dragged on. So for those who say, if you had not come in, that again is how policemen think. If Mr. X doesn't go here, why won't happen? It doesn't. If Mr. Taylor had agreed there and then to calculate as a political strategist and say, look, the people want me. I'm popular. In Monrovia, they're saying, let the Taylors stitch everything together. People are shouting, I'm over the radio. The BBC lady told me, I said, why are you always calling Taylor? He said, Taylor is radio. People like to hear him. If you had that support, then go 1 step backward, 2 steps forward. Say, I will hold on to my position, let the interim government come. But I demand we have elections within 9 months. Why did he refuse? Who told Taylor to refuse? It was very simple. Taylor too must have heard what Samuel Doe said. And Taylor's calculation was that if he allowed the interim government to establish itself, the horrors taking place behind his line would be revealed because ECOMOG would go behind there. And once ECOMOG revealed the horror, the masses of the poor would drift down to Monrovia and election would have been lost by Taylor. That was his calculation. I'm convinced beyond all reason without. That's why he formed his government, NPR something government in Banga. As simple as that. So to those who say if ECOMOG had not come, I said please, if ECOMOG had not come, probably we would not have had a Liberia, we've had arches. Because the Guineans came in ECOMOG, the Nigerians came in ECOMOG. They had the force, the potential. And probably if you say, then Doe would have been in power. Who knows? Historical conjecture again, who knows?
Now, if I should digress a bit, the late Bacchus Matthews, sometime before his death, and this was right around the time when I was much talk in the air about memorializing the affecting officials, government officials who were executed, and an apology from the Liberian government for the execution of those 13 individuals. And in response, more or less, the late Bacchus Matthews had declared that he would have sought, would have come to the TRC and would have sought to make a case for reparations for those who were killed by the security forces in 1979. Would you have supported such a call? Do you think it was it a befitting call, more or less?
But Matthews, I always say Bacchus was a tactician. He realized what he was doing. And this whole idea of reparation, I think he was trying to say, okay, here we are, at this point in history where we are now recognizing the 13. And when you recognize the 13, you are blaming me for my agitation. Let's go back to 1979. What about those who died? And let me say, I will say what the actress and singer and activist Mara Makeba said one time. She had a beautiful song praising Sekou Touré, and she was condemned by some people that Sekou Touré was a tyrant. And Makeba said, in life as in history, we have the right to select our own heroes. We must select our own heroes. For those who feel that the 13 officials were the heroes, don't begrudge them. It's good for them. But we have our own heroes. We have our heroes. Our brothers who were killed in 1979 during the rights demonstration. T.R. Briswell, who died in Belayala. Jua Nimle, and so many others. Koli Tamba, Raymond Horace, all these people, these are our heroes. If anybody feels that they have a right to erect monument and to build law courts or so and name it after a man they consider a hero, then we say to these people, this hero of yours presided over the exoneration of men who killed a guy called Berry because he took a candy from the shop and put in his mouth. Now, if you want to call that man your hero, we have our heroes too. We have our heroes. At the moment they are not recognized, but the time will come when the history of this country is written, they are going to be recognized. So let us don't say we want reparation for anybody. I come back to this idea of asking for blood money. These are historical realities. People were killed because these people felt threatened. They had no regards in the slaughter of these people. But we will never endorse their interpretation of who the two heroes of this country are. That's their perception. They are free to hold that perception. Let them choose the heroes. We will choose our heroes. As simple as that. Why quarrel? Why quarrel with anybody? Somebody mentioned here the case of Matilda Newport. I say to people, but when they have vacation, holidays, Matilda Newport, I don't observe holidays. Somebody said Topman's birthday. I think it's buried somewhere there. They say Topman's birthday, I go to work. I don't recognize him as a hero. But you can recognize him. That's up to you. If you feel he was a great president of Liberia, I never thought he was a great president of Liberia. So please, allow the people to honor their heroes. We must honor our heroes. And that is why, with all our political differences, as militants, when Brother Bacchus Matthews died, we walked behind his casket from APD headquarters to Attorney Stadium. We attended his funeral, a befitting funeral for a man that the people recognize as the hero. We were not going to listen to those who will condemn because they have a different interpretation of history. Their interpretation of history is contrary to our interpretation of history. So the question of hero must not be something that we fight over. Like they say, one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. Another man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. I know my heroes. I follow my heroes. I honor them. Others, while they're celebrating the birthday of the heroes, I don't go. I don't honor them. And what is so interesting, nobody has asked me the question of why I will not go to a law school which has been dedicated for such and such a person. Nobody dare ask me that question. I'm nobody's servant. I'm a public servant. Nobody will say to me, why didn't you leave your house and go and put a flower on top of his grave? Nobody dare ask me that. And as long as you respect me and you respect my perception of who my heroes are, you can go ahead with your masquerade. It's up to you. And so we live and we all decide to work together for Liberia. The question of heroes, the question is just like food or the wives we choose. It's a matter of individual taste. The food you eat, the food I eat, I will taste. The women we married, I will taste. As simple as that. And that's how the whole question of hero is. And what we must never allow, we must never allow those who were part and parcel of that which we resisted to make us feel guilty. We can never be considered victims.
Finally, as we engage in the TRC process intended to contribute, so to speak, to lasting peace in Liberia, from your perspective, what would you consider as potential threats to peace and stability in Liberia and in the sub-region on the whole?
Commissioner Stewart, I was asked to talk on 79 to 203. And, it's a very tough one for me simply because whatever I say now will be interpreted as coming from the National Security Advisor. These are modern times. I think I will just be superficial as much as possible.
You don't have to answer if you...
No, I will be superficial, very superficial. I think there's a question of the democratization of the space that we have here. We must find a way whereby the next political dispensation we can decentralize power as much as possible to the rural areas. The involvement of the people in the selection of the leaders at the various levels, the electing officers like superintendent and the local parliaments. Every county has its own local parliament. We must move away from this idea that people who represent district represent an entire country. We must bring more people on board in the legislature. I mentioned having about 25 or 30 seats put aside for representatives of the workers' union, representatives of the farmers' union, representative of the religious council, representative of the student movement. So if we go into a legislature of 64 elected representatives, we must then have about 35 or 40 representatives cutting across all tribal groupings, represented institutions. Bring people on board, more people on board. Engage the people. Our teacher Malemu Nerere taught us that in the third world, a leader does not just give instruction. A leader is also a teacher. You have to engage our people constantly. Obviously, there are people who feel serious grief. There are people who feel they have been wrong. Our duty is to engage them. It's not that you change the hearts, but we engage in them. We talk into them. Regionally, steps have been put into place by ECOWAS to handle the situation. That there can be no more eruption like the Liberian Civil War that spill over into Sierra Leone, that spill over into Guinea, that spill over into the Ivory Coast. ECOWAS has put into place mechanism to address these things. The United Nations has put in place mechanism to address these things. Locally, what we probably need before our next election is to have a national sovereign conference where representatives of all the people, the chiefs, the farmers, the students, the workers, the market women, representatives, we can all sit down and discuss for a month what is the itinerary of the march. Where do we go? After elections in our country, what then do we do to get our people involved? This is necessary. Because the people who resent power the most, are those who feel that they are marginalized without any attempt to reach out to them. In any society, not just in Liberia. It's a matter of calling people and discussing. Because we were getting worried. I for one was getting worried until people started saying, but we seem to be going back into the same thing. And they say, Fahnbulleh, we condemn you. Because all you're preaching, when it came to the last election, you didn't support a populist candidate. And I said, excuse me, running a modern state is a very complex thing. You don't play with people's destiny like that. What we'll do will now empower all Liberians. I'm happy when I see the members of the legislature, brothers from among the people who are engaging the executive branch of government. This is healthy. The next election is going to be healthier because many young men will come. They now see that they can influence things in the legislature. It's going to be very competitive, and we must encourage this. That is why the newspapers, I think they have 40-something from my latest count, they come out intermittently. But let the people speak. Let them go over the radio. Let them say what they want to say. If you are not satisfied, engage them in a debate. The idea of political tolerance is to persuade people to follow you, not to brutalize them into keeping quiet. Brutalized people who keep quiet are very dangerous people. Because whatever happens, they will stand aside and see you doing battle with those who want to get at you. The more involved the people are, the more we engage them, the better. The better. So I will say, open up the democratic space. Let the people discuss. I think the Chinese said something like, let 100 flowers blossom, let 1,000 schools of thoughts contend. Let them say what they want to say over the radio, over the FM, in the Hatay Center. I spoke to the Swedish ambassador. He said, if you have one desire, what will you ask me to do? I said, I will beg you to find money and build 3 or 4 libraries in Liberia and stack them with books and documents so our people can read, so they can argue from informed perspective. So let them talk. It is their country. If they are conscious and go to the polls, if they want to gamble with their destiny, that is their responsibility. Let them answer to their children. I hope, for the sake of the Republic, my people and my children, I hope I have not gambled wrongly. So far, I do not think I've gambled wrongly. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Fahnbulleh, thank you very much for the elaborate and wonderful presentation that you just made to us. First of all, I was very impressed by your depth of knowledge and understanding of the struggle here in Africa for freedom, liberty, and justice for all. Secondly, I was also inspired by your passion for what you believe. And thirdly, your honesty to accept responsibility for what you did after 1980 and not pass the buck, but rather be willing to work in rebuilding and changing things for the better. I also agree with you that historically a time had come in history where change was inevitable. Our only point of difference may be the methodology of that change. So my first question has to do with the point that, do you believe that the methodology of change can affect the influence of the change at the end? For example, we had a change
that involved a violent revolution. Whereas there have been other historical examples of revolution. We compare the Russian Revolution, which was the French Revolution rather, which was violent and bloody, with the so-called Glorious Revolution of England, which was more passive but yet focused change. So, would you like to comment on that? I mean, could there have been another option for our Liberian change, or the so-called African perspective? Especially when I look at the issue that in 1982 there was scheduled an election, which made within about 3 years, and already the two-party system, confronted with the global issue of respect for human rights, the United Nations, and all the other pressures, the battle against the communist forces, had sort of made, and then especially the death of Todman himself, had reached us to a point where it seemed that automatically that process of change could have come if it had been properly balanced and channeled with the right ideology and vision of leadership. So could you please give us a little discussion on that possibility or prospects?
I follow what you're saying. You see, the methodology used in terms of violence was not brought about by those who were agitating for change. I'm glad you mentioned that an election was scheduled for 1982. So I go back and say, and I quote Albert Port, who is an authority on this, since we're dealing with a hypothetical situation. So what happens if the government of Talbot had listened to Albert Port? What happened is the police had not opened fire on April 14, 1979. What happened if the Talbot government had only said, let them demonstrate, let them go ahead. They're naughty boys. I'll give them some, if I give them the police ban, let them march to the streets of Monrovia. So what would have happened? I ask you, those who were agitating, I made it quite plain that we had analyzed the situation. We were focusing on the election of 1982. And we had our forces in place. We knew that, and we were being very practical politicians. The leader of our movement, Dr. Trc, was from the southeast, had grown up in Monrovia. On the other side, Dr. Reverend Tyre was from Nimba County. This was an amalgamation of the Cry and the Mendemel group, with a scattering of people from Monrovia who believed in our politics, who felt there was a need for change. Like the young men and women who had gone to the Buchanan Congress of the True Party and had demanded that certain changes be made within the structure of the True Party to reflect the ethnic balance of this group. So what would have happened if the True Party had listened to Albert Port and refused to have a confrontation to show that it was in power? What would have happened? It's possible that there wouldn't have been a violent change. It is possible that Mr. Talbot would have retired in 1982 after presiding over elections. And let me be bold to say, it would have been possible that Moja would have won a free and open election, and the process of social transformation would have continued, and there wouldn't have been any bloodshed. So you see, historical hypotheses can be very fluid. They are volatile. What are we talking about here? We are not talking about young men and women who consciously say we need violence. Although some of us had read Hegel, we understood lordship and bondage. We understood the classics. We had read The Force of Violence in History by Frantz Fanon, Bismarck, The Politics of Iron and Steel. We had read all of that. But the Liberian society was not developed to that level. I think what sparked this gamble for the winning of support was the fact that PAL was taking advantage of the possibility of mobilizing people around the rice demonstration. Moja was on its way to register a political party to begin to agitate for 1982. I think with the reality in the society, the students at the University of Liberia demanding changes at Cottonton, students asking to be heard, I think the panic came from within the True Party. Men who had not been used to this kind of confrontation, which was moderate by any stretch of the imagination. People acting within the confines of the Constitution. No group had arms. PAL did not. When they transformed into PPP, they had no arms. Moja had no arms. I sit here, I can state categorically. So, what happened? Who introduced the question of armed violence into Liberian politics? Was the True Party? Was the True Party? And after they introduced the armed violence, they miscalculated. For the soldiers they were depending on, since realized that with the guns, they could go one step further. They could take power. Why they brought us in? Because they were looking for legitimacy. We are the people agitating for democratic transformation. We were the people on the line talking about opening up the democratic space, allow the people the right to choose their leaders. My movement, Moja, had even gone to the extent of putting forward Barrow Sawyer as a mayoral candidate. We wanted to test the system to see whether they had in place the mechanism for free and fair elections. Of course, they aborted the elections. So, yes, it would have been good. It would have been good if, of course, we did not have the violent response. If we had leadership material that realized that in dealing with aggrieved people, you can use water cannons. You can use pepper spray. You don't have to use live ammunition. When you put the people's children in a mortuary and they see the dead bodies of the children, they only pray to God that your time will come. That's all they can do. So I throw the question back to the learned commissioner. Do you think the methodology of the True Party moving towards election, the transformation of the regional and international system, do you think that if the leadership had exercised the tolerance, the patience and the understanding, it could not have handled the demonstration and save us from the tragedy that we experienced? If this was the enlightened party, if this was a party of men who were conscious of their responsibility to society, why the show of force? Why the show of force? What did you want to demonstrate? What did you want to demonstrate? The various wars you fought in this country were different wars. You were successful, yes, but this was a different time in history. So what were you trying to show? It was their desire to show that they could control power. And let me say this. I remember very well, after the rights riot, there was this talk against Mr. Talbot by certain elements of the oligarchy of the True Party that he was weak. He was not decisive enough. And the son of one of such men said to Dr. Zamba Liberty, my father says Talbot is weak. What we need to do is to carry out a massacre or a few of these rabble-rousers, noisemakers, and we can hold this thing for our children for the next 50 years. So I'm convinced that they were trying to prove a point. That this agitation for them was not confrontational. It was annoying because of the arrogance. So they would teach these upstarts a lesson. They would teach these jigger-fleas a lesson. Sons and daughters of peasants, how dare you request to have a share in power in the republic? This was the mentality. And so go out there, shoot them, bury them. They're poor people's children. They only have money to go to funeral homes. Who's going to bother with them? So you came out and you kill people. Once you address the political issue by violence, you were yourself in the eye of the storm. And that came a year later. How do you blame us for that? How do you blame those who are agitating for the rights of the people to vote? We didn't bring the soldiers on the streets. We didn't train the soldiers. You did. You did. And that is why a leadership must be wise. A leadership is not by dressing, but only by dressing in white, waving a stick in your hands. That's not leadership. It's in understanding the tempo of the society, where your people are going, what they believe in. And I am convinced, beyond all reasonable doubt, and I say this here with all sincerity, on the morning of April 14, 1979, if Mr. Talbot had said to Mr. Albert Port, I will accompany you to these people. These are children. These are little boys. What do they understand? I will accompany you and I will discuss with them. And what I will do, they say they can bring rice for so-so price, I will give them $10,000. Let's bring rice, let's see. Oh, you want to demonstrate? Go ahead. Go ahead. But if your supporters behave unruly, you are going to be irresponsible. That would have been it. It would have been it. And brother said, he said, yeah, well, probably they should call us and giving us jobs. No, Moja were not after jobs. We wanted power to transform the society. That's why we're fighting for the elections. So I'm saying here, it would have been a good thing for all of us to go to our churches, to our mosques, to our schools, to our homes, and nobody gets on the street, and there will be peace. History does not give people the luxury of deciding which action to take. If you blunder in history, sometimes you pay dearly for your blunder. And this was happening to the Two-Way Party. Now, if you ask me, do you regret the Two-Way Party falling from power? Is there a hungry man who ever regrets the opening of a store for free food? Politically, we'll have to do more study of the Two-Way Party. More study of the Two-Way Party. So to the Honorable Commissioner, I say, I understand your argument about methodology. I would have rather the Two-Way Party had wiser men, or the Two-Way Party had listened to the young people at the Buchanan Congress, had carried out the necessary changes, had embraced the people of this country. And if Mr. Talbot was bold and decisive enough, he would have thrown his lot with the people and not be dragged into the depths of conservatism by the old guards who wanted no change, who were not in favor of change. So if you like, Mr. Talbot was a sacrificial lamb. In history, we do not recognize good intentions. Practical deals are what matter, not good intentions. You can be Jesus Christ. That's it's not for nothing he hasn't come back after 2,000 years. Good intentions are one thing. Practical reality is another. Mr. Talbot, for some people who says Mr. Talbot was a good man, he had good ideas, good intentions. Poor Mr. Talbot. After Tubman, history did not give you that luxury. Did not give you that luxury of keep on believing in good intentions. The people wanted transformation. If you were not about to accommodate the wishes, Mr. Talbot, you had to be a sacrificial victim, your own people. And the people will show no sympathy, and they show no sympathy. Please, for the young men and women who are part of the Two-Way Party, I think you have to do a serious introspection of the shortcomings that brought us to where we are today. We wanted elections. We are Democrats. Even we are revolutionary Democrats. Like those you believe in America, the founding fathers. We are Democrats. We wanted elections. And I said to you, yeah, we were convinced that election in '82, we could have won such elections. But it was you who thought you could gamble with violence. You gamble. And you know what happened to gamblers? Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. Serious, you lost. And that explains our tragedy.
Thank you. In summary, I understand that what you're telling me is that we regrettably lacked righteous leaders at that transitional point,
because just as you said, why didn't Talbot or the True Party make a change? They couldn't have. They were filled with the inertia of their history of 100 years of selfish rule. So the change had to come from those who were making the initiative to change. They should have had the wisdom to know better. Like you said, Mr. Matthews maybe didn't have that, and he was naive in just trying to approach a system with people who thought, where he thought they would have just, naturally given up. But that was a naive approach. But others, like yourself and others who have that understanding of the historical struggle, somehow would have felt there should be an understanding and a clearer plan. Because if somebody else even had offered the sacrifice of Talbot, let's say he became a sacrificial lamb, but somebody else offered that sacrifice, the transition into a peaceful Liberia would have been smooth if it had not been for the fact that you take someone from a difficult environment full of resentment and concern about being not given any hope in life, and you put that person in a position of power and seat. It's not easy. So that was just my thought of reflection when I asked that question.
But Commissioner, let me say something about that. It is very interesting. We must not put on the blinkers of policemen. It was not Talbot. He was symbolic of a system. He represented an oligarchy. And what I've been trying to say to you and others is that you say, me, myself, Boima Fahnbulleh. This was a man who was demonized. There was not a time when I was even called, or any of my people, to say, can we discuss about the future of Liberia? We were hounded. Security people in the classroom, not to listen to our lectures, but to hear information. Now, if these people were suffering from historical inertia, they couldn't move, then probably we should ask ourselves the question, if they couldn't move, then what gave them? What gave them the audacity to feel that those who were on the street agitating could be silenced with guns and bayonets? It's a simple question. The people were paralyzed. So what gave them that gall? What boldness? You can say one thing you don't want to say. They were not naive. They were probably politically stupid, or they were so arrogant that they felt that after 100 years of putting down protests, they were capable of doing it. And let me say this. There were people in a society who kept preaching. I don't agree. Don't even look at the political actors. The man who was right here, Reverend T. Maurice, I listened to his sermon every Sunday from the time I came home in 78. This noble man, using his religion, was talking against the injustice in the society. Other religious leaders all over, were preaching, listen to the people. You, Mr. Talbot, you are a religious man yourself. You know your Bible. It's like the story I heard of a man who was deeply religious. He went swimming. Always worship God. This man went swimming. And he had a cramp. He was drowning. And then a man came with a speedboat. Say, no, get on the speedboat. Get on the speedboat. He said, no, I believe in my God. You know, Jesus walked on water. I will get out of this place. You go. He's struggling in the water. After 5 minutes, a helicopter, they threw down the ladder. Get on. He said, no, go. I believe in my righteous God, and things will be all right. When he looked, a very strong man came out swimming. He said, hold on to me. He said, I don't want you. My Lord will protect me. So the man drowned, and he went to heaven. He said, God, you know, I worship you all the time. I pray. I go to church. I pay my alms. I was drowning. I call on you. You never rescue me. The Lord said, I sent a boat. You drove it away. I sent a helicopter. You drove that away. I sent a strong man. Don't you understand that I help those who help themselves? Here was Mr. Talbot, a graduate of Cottington, I think, an educated man. relationship with Ahmed Sékou Touré of Guinea. Here was the man who was traveling around Africa, who understood what was happening in Africa, because his government, like Topman, provided passports to African freedom fighters, like Mandela and others. Here was a man who understood the world. He had young technocrats around him, brilliant men. On the other side, religious leaders, saying that we're listening to the cries of the people. On one side, these so-called people they call noisemakers, agitating. And you are telling me that these people did not understand what was happening in society? No, I think they understood. They understood. But you know, there's a problem with arrogance. Arrogance makes you feel superhuman. It makes you feel that you know everything. And you know what they say, pride goes before a fall. Pride goes before a fall. They had the opportunity. Go, young people, go and read the resolution from the Barca Congress or the TUI party. See what the youthful members of the TUI party stipulated in that document. Why did they not listen? Let me tell you a simple story. We were monitoring very keenly the Buchanan Congress. We said the TUI party can pull a fast one on us. They can come out with something that will take the rug from under us. All they had to do was to make Jackson Doe Secretary General, take Edward Castle, gave him a major position, take James Bagwe and all these people, put them in there, and say to the people, we have included the people's children. You cannot be on the outside and say to us, we are a little clique. We waited, and then they came with the announcement. Secretary General, Mr. X, Monrovia, Monserrato County. Treasurer, Mr. X, Monserrato County. This person, Monserrato County. We look at each other. These people have just dug their own graves. They can't win no elections. So, it was not us. We were opposition. We could not say to Mr. Talbot, do these things, because they won't listen to us. Some of the smartest young men from the University of Liberia, very smart men, they were called to the mansion. And one of the TUI party members looked at these young dynamic boys. He said, you are questioning us? Who are you? Then you over there, who's your father? The poor boy called some name, somebody from Lofa. He said, look at this irresponsible jigger flea. You are the people who are demanding. This was the attitude. And we hope and pray that no leader or no collection of leaders will emerge in this country with such arrogance. We hope and pray.
Thank you. Well, unless we separate from Satan, that may not happen. But anyway, the next question. Why do you think that the Liberian people gave power to Taylor during the time of the election, knowing his track record of what he was like, as compared to, for example, yourself who ran during that time and others? What's your thinking on that?
First, let me deal with Satan.
Very good.
You see, man creates the devil in his image. And nobody has seen Satan. But we believe in our hearts of hearts that human being can change. Nobody is born evil or wicked. Society conditions people to go certain ways. I always tell young people, I've read a bit about the Cuban Revolution. And before the revolution of 1959, American mobsters, mafioso, gamblers used to go to Havana to look for little 8, 9-year-old Spanish girls. And you had all these prostitutes on the streets of Havana. That was the playground of the rich and powerful to go to Cuba. After the revolution, all these girls were put into homes. They were trained to be nurses and overseers of daycare centers. Some of them had children who were sent to school and became medical doctors. This tiny island in the Caribbean exports doctors and health workers to many countries in Africa. Man is not born bad, he's not born evil. Society must be looked at critically. Satan is who we make him out to be. Satan is who we make him out to be. And for the people who are Christians, the Bible explicitly says that you will forgive people. They are bad people. But when the system is changed, when society is changed in such a way that people are catered for, provided with skills, you probably will see something different. Some of your little boys in the streets who are selling today could just become medical doctors and engineers. You don't know. You don't know. Give them the opportunities. But let me say, the elections of 1997, the commission says, why? Let's assume, for the sake of argument, let us assume that the Liberian people voted for Charles Taylor. What was the driving force of these people? What was the motivation? It's simple. They wanted peace. They wanted an end to the war. And Taylor was saying that I will not stop until I inherit power. The people were suffering. They wanted an end to it all. He had the largest force. He controlled a large part of the country. He had international backers. He could make peace or he could break peace. The masses of the Liberian people, war-weary, tired, hungry, were not going to listen to any idea of societal transformation. That's a pipe, for them it was a pipe dream. They wanted an end to the war. I remember talking to a university student. He said to me, you know, I don't like Taylor, but I have to vote for him. I said, so how can you explain that? You're a university man. He said, this man has taken all the resources from behind the lines. He has millions of dollars in the bank for Liberia. If we make him president, he will bring the money back to benefit us with peace. I say, you serious? You serious? So I say in simple terms, it was the peace dividend. The peace dividend the Liberian people wanted. Eager for peace, desperate for peace. And so they decided to sacrifice their liberties. They decided to gamble. And they say, of all these people running, Taylor is the only man who can make trouble, who can keep us running around as refugees. Let's give him the power. Let's give him the power. The same thing happened in 2003. When the war was coming, I was monitoring, and the Lord forces had reached Bushra Island, etc. The very people who had supported Charles Taylor, weren't they the same people singing, come down, Papa, leave with your big bolona, or something like that? The same Liberian people, those who were behind the lines of Lord, those who were behind the lines of Model, what were they doing that for? They wanted peace. The people can only thrive when you give them peace. So they went to the polls in 1997 like all rational people, and give them credit. Like all rational people. If they are given the choice, they will then do what is in their interest. And at that time, they were convinced that with Taylor as president, there would be peace. So yes, a lot of them voted for him, with the help from certain quarters too. And what did we do? We accepted the decision. Because in history, one does not force historical changes when they are not about to occur. It's like picking a green plum and putting it on the bed. Even when it turns ripe, it's still green. When you eat it, it's sour. It's the same thing with historical transitions. We started to leave Mr. Taylor to run the country and let the people see the reality. That's what we did. What we did. So I think to the Liberian people, the desire for peace, to bring up the children in an atmosphere of dignity, of work, of productivity, I think they were rational. They were rational. By going with somebody who they felt was honest enough, and they are good people, to trust somebody. They felt he was honest, he was decent enough to bring peace to them. And so that's why they went that way. And from 97, when they gave him the power, to 2003, he had the opportunity, again like Talbot, to make changes, to cater to the welfare of these people, to embrace those who felt aggrieved. He did not have to institute terror. He didn't have to slaughter tribesmen from Granjide on Camp Johnson Road in his quest to get Roosevelt Johnson. He didn't have to molest people from Ulimo who had gone out of the country, and then thousands of citizens fled. Men who have seen violence, who have struggled for dignity, they will not come back to you crawling on their knees. They will not. So they came back the only way, the only choice you gave them, and there was another war. So I'm saying, if these people desire peace, we must be tolerant and persuasive enough to let them have peace. If we want elections, let's go to the elections. If we do not win, it is not because the people don't understand our language, probably because of the rational instinct. They decide then and there to go another way. It is our duty to constantly engage them. For to lose faith in the people is to lose faith in the destiny of the very nation that you want to run or you want to rule. So let elections come. Those who don't win, prepare for the next election. Prepare for the next election. The time is drawing very near when I will have to leave a appointed political office. And I say to people, I hope my people will probably give me the opportunity to serve in the Senate as an old man, because as long as I am not crippled, God forbid, I hope I can serve my people. But the time is coming very soon that I'll play my role and I won't be able to accept political appointments. I've passed that stage. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. Most of you will probably not even guess my age, because people assume, some people think it's my father. No. I just celebrated my birthday, July 16, 1949. That makes me 59 years old. I'm an old man. The time is coming when I have to leave. I do hope that these years of struggle have managed to enlighten some people, and these young men will come after us to carry this struggle to its logical conclusion.
Thank you again. That's very well put. I hope, though, that we have learned that he who lives by the sword will die by the sword.
The next question is, who do you think, or have you come to understand who the U.S. support, who was given that U.S. support to Kuempa? Because you gave us a very beautiful analysis of the fact that your alternative plan to him was a political approach, where there could be a joint party created where he could be carried on that platform. But somehow, because of the opportunity that came to him for the support to use the military strategy, he chose to follow that side. So I know, of course, you may want to not withhold names, so I don't want to go into detail. You feel that is delicate to answer.
No, please leave that alone. I will answer. But first, let me deal with this biblical saying the commissioner mentioned. He who lives by the sword should die by the sword. That's what the commissioner said. And let me say, my reading of history does not convince me. Does not convince me. The Bible says the children of Israel had to fight wars against the Philistines. All the great generals of the Bible, Jeremiah, Gideon, all of them were great generals. In Israel today, all the great leaders of Israel have been generals. They have fought for the survivor. The sword has got double edges. It can be used to protect, it can be used to harm. It depends on who holds the sword. Commissioner, from the time of antiquity to the present, nations have fought wars. The people of Japan were the first to experience the dropping of the atomic bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Men have fought. The man you hold as a historical icon today, Nelson Mandela. As a young man, he was the leader of Nkonto Waswize, the arm wing of the ANC. The leaders of America have protected American interests by going to war. So have the leader of Britain. Armies are created by nations to protect their interests and protect the people. These are swords. There's some American presidents, British, French presidents, who led armies into war, like Eisenhower, etc. They fought wars. Men died under their control. They lived to a ripe old age. They died and were given heroes' burial. Somebody who I do not admire in American history, Richard Nixon, the bumping of the people of Vietnam, the dropping of Agent Orange, the mutilation of thousands of Vietnamese. He lived to a ripe old age. We must not take the Bible out of context. We must not. That is the tragedy. He who lives by the sword, he died by the sword. But then, are you saying to me because Talbot sent soldiers out there, so that's why he died? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I am a great respecter. I'm a great respecter of the people of Israel for a simple reason. This country, every able-bodied man and woman, they must learn how to shoot a gun. Like the Libyans and the Cubans, all nations have citizen army. They don't live by the guns, they don't live by the sword, they protect themselves. People have the right to protect themselves. So your sword, if you use your sword wrongly, you have to explain to history. If you use your sword rightly, even the God you worship, were we not told as young children of the battle of David and Goliath? David, a son of Israel of the Hebrews, was the Israelites, against Goliath, this massive man coming down to fight. Did God tell David, run away, as the Bible says? No! Use your swing. And David killed Goliath. That's your Bible. Your Bible says that. And so Jesus went into the temple and whipped the merchants. Jesus did not pray to the merchants. Jesus whipped the merchants from the house of his father. And you say, I live by the sword, I die by the sword. We will all die, Commissioner. We will all die. Excuse me, Commissioner.
No problem.
Excuse me. At my age, I've seen many years like you. It does not matter how we die. What matters is what is said about us after we die. So that, let me quote to you a famous quotation I love of the young Che Guevara. Wherever death may surprise us, it will be most welcome, provided that this our battle cry reaches other receptive ears, that other men come forward to intune our funeral dirge with the staccato of machine gun fire and new cries of battle and victory. Yeah. Mr. Commissioner, all fear was banished from my body the day I walked into prison and saw my father as a prisoner. I have not known fear since. You only have to ask those who struggle with me. I don't. I fear no man but God. I bend my knees down to no man but God. Whatever, whenever it comes. As long as we're born, we must die. And this is what I have problems with people who profess to be so Christian. You pray every day to go to heaven. Why are you afraid to die?
Could you answer that? The question, though, I like your expressions, but the question you said you were going to answer for me.
The question was?
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me go back.
No, please go ahead.
No, what I had simply asked you was, I was trying to understand whether there was any element of the support that you talked about that you could share light on, but I didn't want you to reveal something if you felt it was confidential or different.
No, there was nothing. I don't believe that. As the events show, it was possible that others who wanted General Kuengpa to move in, probably they sold this to him that they have been talking to the Americans. It is possible, I don't know. But looking at the events as they unfolded, he could not have had any support from them. He could not have. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding in some place on Dupo Road, wherever. It doesn't work that way. So I'm not convinced that he had the support. Frankly, I'm not convinced.
So it was just some maybe misinformation or whatever.
Well, call it misinformation, but then of course you can call it propaganda. You see, sometimes you're going into battle with terrible odds against you, and in order to psych yourself up, or people who want to psych you up, they will probably say to you that of course we have more support coming. Men develop courage probably when they feel that there is support. You don't want to demoralize them. So I don't think it was deliberate misinformation. And it's possible that of course certain big powers, the way they operate at various levels. State Department, Defense Department, this agency, that agency. You don't know who you're talking to. You have to be very careful. So people become victims simply because they take the word of an official and say it is gospel truth. It may not be. It may not be. Because people do change. And I think it's possible that happened under these circumstances.
Thank you. My next question was, can you tell us do you have any insight with regards to the shift that took place between the MPFL and the independent MPFL?
No. I have no idea. Had nothing to do with those two groups. As a matter of fact, I told you the last time I spoke to Charles Taylor was September 1989 at the Mataba in Libya. I've never spoken to Mr. Prince Johnson until he became senator. I didn't meet this man, did not know him, only heard about him, watched the tapes and others. The first time we met and spoke was after he was elected by the people of Nimba County as senator, and I met Mr. Johnson. So I have no idea whatsoever, never associated with the MPFL, never associated with any of these factions.
Thank you.
Except what I've read in books, etc.
Thank you. Next, what is your view about this power-sharing strategy that was used to sort of quench the struggles in Liberia, giving power equally to various fractions to sort of appease them, etc.? Do you have anything you'd like to share on that?
Oh yes, I said that to Chambers and to others. I thought it was wrong for a simple reason. You don't factionalize a country by awarding jobs to factions. When a war takes place, your duty should be to try to bring them together, to build a new nationalism. And I always recommended to ECOWAS, from the time of Abbas Bundu to Mohammed Chambers, if these people, I say take them at the word that they are resisting because they want justice and democracy. So say to them, please stand aside. Let's have an interim arrangement. Let technocrats run the various ministries. We find some money. Go and organize your political parties. And I made a fund. I say if you Chambers were to ask the Americans for $1 million each and give to this warring faction, the war would take place right among themselves. Stop factionalizing Liberia. I've always been against it. The Sawyer government was not, the Sawyer interim government was not a government of factions. I warned him. Bring in Liberian technocrats. If we say we are political people, we want to fight for power through the ballot box, then allow us to let technocrats rule the country. Let's go and prepare. If the people gave you the mandate, why do you factionalize the country? You are then giving people the impression that it's right to take up arms and fight and have the central bank, the free port of Monrovia, the Ministry of Finance. Once you do that, there are other hungry people out there. They're too going to organize, they will fight. So if you watch the gradation of the Liberian Civil War, from 2 warring factions to 3 to 4 to 5, it was all about getting offices and lucrative offices. And they even got to the point where when the man of a faction was appointed head of the bank, his deputy was from another faction. You don't run a country that way. And so in this respect, I think the international community was a bit hasty. And I said to Mohammed Chambers, and I must give him credit, when I told him this was wrong, he said, but these men who are fighting, they must feel something about the country. A year later he said to me, but I'm disappointed. It doesn't seem that way. And I said, Chambers, you went into Liberia. I was trying to say to you what I know about my people and this country. And I told him a very interesting story my father told me, and I will tell you. Because it shows that if you know a scenario, a country, you can always help somebody who's willing to learn. My father said there was this brilliant doctor who had come from the United States of America. MD, neurosurgeon, PhD, medicine, hygienic medicine, all the stuff. Got to the village. His father was a reputable hunter. The old man was very good. This guy got to the village, and the father called all the people from around the surrounding villages. They said, your son has come, he's made us proud, he's a very educated man. They told the old chief, you must now go into the bush and kill a deer and elephant. A lot of people are coming for the feast for your son. The old man took his gun, his hunting gun, told his son, my boy, come with me, let's go. So they got into the forest. It was going 11 o'clock. The boy said, Papa, it's been a long time. I haven't seen anything. Let's go back and tell them. The old man said, just wait. They started climbing a very steep hill. When they got to the summit of the hill, they saw this huge deer, running. The boy, the doctor said, Papa, look at the deer, shoot the deer. The old man kept his gun on his back, smiled. The boy said, Papa, you're a sinner, you are getting old. There was a time you would have shot one, the deer would have fallen. The people waiting for us is going to 12 o'clock. 200-300 people from the surrounding villages. There's the deer. You didn't kill the deer. Just in that time, the old man saw a squirrel, little squirrel. Took his gun, a marksman, one shot, the squirrel dropped. The old man said, my son, take the squirrel, let us go to the village. Let us go back. The boy felt very sorry. So my old man is old. 200-300 people, what can the squirrel do? The old man said, let's go. They started descending the hill. When they got to the bottom of the hill, the old hunter said, pick up the deer. The son said, what deer? He said, the deer lying down there. The boy looked, the doctor looked, he saw the deer. He said, but Papa, I didn't see you shoot, what happened? The old man said, my son, I've been hunting around this area long before you were born. The speed with which I saw that deer coming down, I knew I was going to break his neck. So you see, it is good to listen to people who understand the terrain. No, Mr. Commissioner, I always oppose all of this interim formation which factionalized Liberia. Because of that, I did not attend a single meeting of any interim arrangement. I did not participate in any interim arrangement. It was my way of protesting that this was not right. Our people should be brought together rather than be further factionalized by giving them offices based on factional solidarity. That was it.
Thank you. Next, do you believe that there's any place for retributive justice in a society filled with corruption that is broad spread throughout the society? And if so, or if not, then how would restorative justice apply to improve things or to solve the problem?
for Christians, the question of retributive justice. Sometimes I wonder, what is retributive justice? Are you punishing somebody simply because you have the power to do so, or they have committed crimes, the laws say such? I think what we need to be focusing on here, of course there's corruption. Of course the value system of the society is lousy. You and I know that. It is all our responsibility. We reward those who demonstrate opulence, demonstrate material success. I remember something very, very clearly. Growing up in Nigeria, before Nigeria became what it is, with oil, etc., when a man was extremely educated like Nnamdi Azikiwe, when the Nigerian people want to refer to an enlightened man, they say he's brilliant like Nnamdi Azikiwe. In Ghana, when a man was brilliant, they say he's brilliant like Dr. Agri. These are people who have read at Oxford, Harvard, Cambridge. In Sierra Leone, they say he's as brilliant as David Siniko. This man who at the age of 17 got a first class distinction with 7 A's. And the late Dr. Sharu Isman. All these countries put on the pedestal men who were extremely knowledgeable, had gone to school, had done something, enlightened and wise men. In Liberia, a man is educated and said, "I'm crazy, you know too much book." It shows you. And so the society focuses on material wealth. Material wealth. And so people get into public office. People get into public office. They know what a society requires. Coming from school as a young man, a woman said to me, "I hear you going to Moja." I said, "Well, we're trying to conscientize our people." She said, "I hope you not come back to make yourself." What do they mean by make yourself? They mean to steal public funds. They mean to steal public funds. Public office is a noble office. You want to make money? Go into the private sector. Make as much money as you can make. Compete with the Lebanese. Compete with the Indians. Make money. Become a millionaire in the private sector. In the public sector, it's sacrifice. In the United States, the President of America makes chicken change compared to the President of General Motors. In Britain, a footballer like David Beckham makes about 50 times the salary of the Prime Minister of Britain. Public spiritedness must be there. You must serve simply because you want to create history. And let me say something to the young people. I know all this talk going around. Young is time for the younger generation. It's true. But guide against something. A young man who is not disciplined, who goes into public office, he has a lot of baggages. A young wife, a young family, girlfriend, etc. The temptation for corruption is greater. An older man who holds major public office, if he is disciplined and public spirited, he goes for historical glory and honor. Be careful. There is corruption. This is our society. You have to change the focus of people. I remember the late Samuel Doe saying, if Fahnbulleh does not want to be rich, he should not stop other people from being rich. All I was trying to say, Mr. Head of State, do not open the arena for people to loot this country. That's why people were killed. I was being very objective. It's always an honor to serve. You don't have any special qualities. You don't have any monopoly of knowledge. If you are choosing for a particular position to serve, the title honorable means a lot for your people. Yes, there are corrupt people. There will always be corrupt people. And that is why at times we must exercise decisiveness. I will propose that those who loot the public treasury will have to pay the price, and the right price. Because for each time you loot the public treasury, little children will not have drugs, the criminals will not have medicine. The wealth of the country belongs to all of us. The taxes of the people belong to all of us. Your business or businesses, that belongs to you and your family. Once you pay your taxes, If you're successful in business, you build a mansion with 50 stories. If you call me, I will come there. I got friends who are extremely wealthy in Nigeria. In London, they are business people. You don't go into government to be millionaires. It's not possible. The salaries are nothing. The salaries are nothing. So until you can change, and so this is not only the responsibility of government, it's the responsibility of our religious leaders, of our parents, and all of them. My father used to say to us, you better go to school. He said, you better go to school. Because I don't think I will leave anything. I want to educate you. When I die, you must have your education. And that's all I can give you. That's all. And he was a wise man. Because I know a lot of children whose parents were wealthy and left them vast sums of money and property. They sold everything, drank into stupor. And then they go to find government jobs. And the circle repeats itself. So I think the Governance Commission will come out with some guidelines of how public servants should operate, how they should operate. And probably we need a system. Well, after every year, we have the Auditor General, somebody who will bring every minister, government official before the table of reason and say, can you now tell us what you have accumulated, what you have? Let's know your salary. There's no way you can make $1,200 without a bank credit, without inheritance from your parents, and within 2-3 years you build a house costing $200,000. But then you must teach us this magic. So yes, there is corruption, and I think as the society develops, when values begin to change, people will demand the day of reckoning for those who loot the public treasury. The day will come, and we should be quite aware of that. All the young people who are planning to go into government, who want to go into public office because you think it will make you big shots, understand one thing. If your calling is business, then do business. You're smarter than all these Lebanese traders. Probably the government must find a way of finding some money to give you credit. Like the doctors go to their vocation of practicing medicine, the lawyers. So you must go like the farmers, let them be millionaires. Produce, go into business, do anything, and become rich. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. But when you enter government, if you loot the treasure, then you are a simple rogue. You're not a public servant, and that is the reality. It's a societal problem. It's not a governmental problem. It's the problem of the society, the problem of the system. And that is the fact of the matter.
So I can digest from that you're supporting more the restorative justice factor of uplifting the people, educating them, empowering them, and allowing them to live healthy, normal lives as compared to just putting criminals in prison, etc., as a retributive approach.
That has been the nature of my struggle.
Thank you.
That's what I've been saying all along. And that's what we believe in.
Thank you very much.
When human beings are treated decently, I said no man was born evil. When people are treated like human beings, they will behave like human beings. They will react like human beings. You cannot keep people in filth and the children in wretchedness and expect them to behave like human beings. It is difficult to build a society of free and equal citizens. There must be a distribution which makes people want to believe that they have a stake in the system. That's all it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
We will have a time for historical review of what happened in our remote history, believing that there is an intrinsic link between the past and the contemporary history. But because of the very early encounter with the establishment, I'm inclined to ask this question. What do you make of the mindset or dilemma of a people who for the love of liberty came to establish a state, but yet still repeated those same conditions of slavery and perpetuated suppression for the number of years we've just discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. You know, I'm a great admirer of black men who take the risk of doing things which they felt was an honor to the race. The late Marcus Garvey of Sinter memory always looked at Liberia as a special case of a test of the black man's ingenuity to rule himself and to develop. So did the late George Padmore, not the George Padmore of Liberia, the author of Pan-Africanism of Communism. He was a good friend of Kwame Nkrumah. Liberia has a symbolic relevance for black people all over the world. It was the test of the resolve of people to come. They came. It was tragic that those who had the foresight, those who understood what needed to be done to create a cohesive society, they lost out in all the power struggle. I give you a good example. What has been said today. Go back and read E.W. Blythe. Go back and read Dr. Blyden's speech of 1864 when he called for a fusion of the settlers and indigenous people to create harmony within the society. That was 1864. Blyden was a very enlightened man. He had come from the Caribbeans. Others came with him who were very knowledgeable of the destiny of these black people. But unfortunately, they were the losers in the power struggle. Blyden was dragged to the streets, Ashmore Street. This is the man who read Latin, Greek, Italian, corresponded with Gladstone of Britain, one of the most erudite black men of his times. They pushed this lie about Blyden, that he was having an affair with the wife of E.J. Roy, and they dragged Blyden through the streets, right Ashmore Street. Luckily for Dr. Blyden, some of his students were passing and they rescued Blyden. This noble African crossed the border into Sierra Leone, converted to Islam. His book, Islam, Christianity and the Negro Race, is a beautiful analysis of the black man's involvement in religion, as propagated by the Caucasian West and also by the Arabs. Blyden went to Sierra Leone, abandoned Liberia. He was made director of Islamic education by the British authorities. He never came. Blyden died in Sierra Leone. E.J. Roy was overthrown, was killed. I am saying that those who came, and I have an article out, you go back to Google or you get a copy of my book. It's not that I'm selling my book. Across the landscape, I deal with social forces and the struggle for democracy in Liberia. Our tragedy is that those who have the vision, the foresight to unite our people, they never succeeded in this society. Never. Those who were backward, reactionary, had contempt, they won simply because they were men who played dirty, and the politics of those days was the politics of intrigues. So noble men could not win. Whether it was Blyden, whether it was Alexander Cromwell, whether it was Vitwe, just name all these people, Dr. Marias, all of them from around this country. S. Raymond Horace, very dynamic man who spent years in prison because he refused to bow down. They were great men. And then we come to contemporary times. One of the noblest of all of our people, the late Albo Port, a man who stuck by the Constitution. They mock him in the streets of Monrovia as he distributed his leaflets calling on them to pay yield and to rescue themselves from the day of damnation. Albo Port, through the streets of Monrovia, a poor man from Crusoeville. They were men with vision. Unfortunately, in history, they don't win. And when they don't win, those who are given the mantle of power, they rule society in such a way that they create contradictions that then lead to tragedy. Those who came from America were courageous. Others followed them, understood the society. Amalgamate ourselves with those we met here. Blyden said, the sons of the soil must come as one with us. They are our brothers who have come back. We must bring to them the enlightenment that we have taken from overseas. There was Blyden, 1864. We're talking about 2008. There's nothing strange. It has been said by people, by Faulkner and others, by Alexander Cromwell and others. What is strange? What is strange? Open your eyes. They are great people. I'm an admirer of Edwin Barclay, a great poet, a visionary. I love his songs. I remember he was called by an American ambassador an atheist and a man who was influenced by nationalistic thought in West Africa. So Tubman was the man to support 1943 going 44 and after the elections. They have been great people, and this we always emphasize. As there have been great and enlightened settlers who understood what needed to be done like Blyden, so there have been backward and reactionary settlers. As there have been great and visionary indigenous Liberians, so have there been backward and very reactionary indigenous people. So your duty as young people is to fuse the consciousness of those who want to build Liberia. Those from the secular communities who believe that they as black people have a responsibility to show that this nation has much to offer the black man. You who come from indigenous masses who have achieved your education and want to build a society that will reflect the talent and potential of the black man. Identify yourself, fuse yourself together. You cannot win, you cannot develop this country by splitting this country into ethnic enclaves. For the first time in our history, we have the opportunity to say we are all Liberians. And we hope, for the sake of our children, that we are not only talking, that we believe that we are all Liberians. That every man must be judged on his skill, his talent, and his ability to perform. Every man and woman. That at the end of the day, we give honor to those whom honor is due. A man must become the leader because he can lead. A man must become Chief Justice because he has the ability. No position must be sacrosanct. We cannot, for the life of us, continue to wallow in the false hopes that people will sleep, that we don't understand. The country needs to be built. A lot has happened. And we do hope the TRC, in its effort, its difficult task of gathering intelligence and gathering data on what happened to our country, will be bold enough to say what has happened to this country. And that those who emerge as leaders will understand it doesn't matter who you are. You can be a Cooper, a Dennis, a Jones, a Simpson, a Tupman, a Flomo, a Quali, a Yaparu. When you cut yourself, the blood that comes out is red. We're all human beings. It is the demand of ourselves for the respect to be considered as human beings that lead us to agitate and fight. And we do hope that now we have understood our people are all human beings. They have the right to the wealth of this land. They have the right to see their children grow up and given the opportunity to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, to be president if needs be. That is the challenge. That is the task. I hope your generation understands. You don't make the blunder. that your fathers and grandfathers made. We want to make sure that tomorrow the younger generation will not dance on the graves of those who are hard to learn and who will not listen. I thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Reflecting on the events of March and April, and the outcome of all of those activities, I was just wondering, how would you describe the entire episode? Was it a miscalculated risk, or was it a calculated gamble to achieve a political objective?
Well, like I said before in my discourse, I think it was a tactical gamble by those who felt that they could mobilize numbers by exploiting a very simple issue like the price of rice. But I am convinced that all these people were looking forward to the elections of 1982. Democratic elections have to do with a question of numbers. And if the question of rights will mobilize the people on the side of a group, so be it. So be it. And I think we in Moja decided to identify with the brothers and sisters in PAL, because we too were making the calculation that we must not be seen standing aside. Because what happens if the PAL had gone forward with this and the tribal government had backed down to say, no, we won't increase the price of rice? The masters would say the only man who talks for us here is Babu and the people. And I think that was a tactical gamble. I think the mistake in all of this was that a prophet was not heard in his own country, and that prophet was Albert Port. And that's why I will beg you members, commissioners, to go back and read that pamphlet by this noble Liberian, The Day Liberia Stood Still. Read him very carefully. That was your prophet. You know, in Judaism, the people of Israel believe that prophets are always sent. Prophets are always sent by God among mortals. You can accept prophets or reject prophets. The old man Albert Port was a prophet. Had he been listened to that day, it's possible the history of Liberia would have been different. But then your Bible says a prophet is not respected in his own country. And so nobody listened to the old man. The rest is history.
1980. The junta had serious apprehensions of a counter coup, and there's so much up to now mystery surrounding this fellow. He was a soldier, his rank I may not know, Jabo. From your brief association with the government at the time, is there any clear explanation of who he was, what was his mission, or was he part of that apprehension of a counter coup?
No, I learned later on, because it's my duty to learn to find out. We learned after the coup that there was another coup in the making, we're told. A coup by conservative elements of the Tui party, right-wing elements. And that a Major Jabo was supposed to be the man who will lead this coup. That's what we heard. We later found out that Jabo had been meeting with certain people. He was well respected, highly trained. And that the conservative elements in the Tui party, we heard, did not want any bloodshed. They were waiting for Mr. Talbot to leave for the inauguration the independence celebration of Zimbabwe. And the rumor was that they would have carried out a coup. Mr. Talbot would be in exile. They would enforce martial law and rule the country. That's what we heard. Unfortunately, Samuel Doe and his people preempted Jabo. And then there was this rumor that Jabo was a trained soldier. I got the feeling that all the PRC members were afraid of this man. They were apprehensive that if Jabo is around, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So nobody knew where Jabo was. He was in hiding. And we later heard that Jabo attempted to go across the Mana River Union into Sierra Leone. and the soldier spotted him and shot him dead. And that's the last we heard of Jabo. The counter-coup I mentioned that prompted the PRC fellows to take the decision to execute the 13 people was a different counter-coup. It was said that Benny Warner was in the Ivory Coast, that obviously President Boima had reasons to want to reverse the coup in Liberia, that he was going to send troops, and there was this general panic. So that was a different one altogether. And I think, if I remember, there could have been an interview somewhere with Benny Warner. He didn't say where he was, but there was this fear that it was possible there would be a reversal, and that Humphrey Boima would have engineered this whole thing, and they just panic. So there are two different coups we're talking about.
Thank you very much. Liberia is a land of mass illiteracy, and progressive efforts would suggest that it has to be reversed if our development has to be sustainable and guaranteed. There was a policy of mass literacy, and Liberians were sent to other Ethiopia for training in adult literacy, and I think the government had its own brand of what was happening. Can you elaborate on what went wrong?
Certainly, I was Minister of Education. We had visited Ethiopia, and obviously we're very impressed with the literacy program. That year, Ethiopia had won UNESCO Prize for Literacy. And so we decided that it would be possible. It would be possible to use the facilities in Ethiopia. But in the same vein, we calculated that the military regime was becoming very oppressive, and that we would be victims very soon. We were following the calculations. There were people who had been released from prison from the old Trui party, who had found the tribesmen in the PRC, and they were saying to them, "You are doing very well." The problem is these so-called progressives in the government. If you have the opportunity to read a letter written by John Ramsey, where he outlined the strategy for holding power, how to eliminate certain people. That letter was written by Ramsey, I found out. So obviously, we had to go to Ethiopia to learn. But all of the process, and I say it here, I had a very good friend in Ethiopia who was the Minister of Education. I said to him, we are sending about 75 people for literacy. Our lives are in danger as militants. I feel very soon, the military is going to turn against us in a very decisive way. Because from all indications, we are not reading from the same sheet. These people have their own agenda. They have advisors who are different. And I said to my friend in Ethiopia, is it possible to select 12 of our militants while they are doing literacy? Give them some basic training to come back and serve as our bodyguards. And this was done by the Ethiopians. And these brothers came back. They were good bodyguards. Good young militants. But after we left the country, the decision was taken that our militants pull out, that they would be killed. And it was a very interesting story. And Sylvester Moses came to me and said to me, your life is in danger. I want you to give me the stations where you send all these people, because there are rumors are circulating that they are trained. And I gave him the list of where we send our people for literacy training to educate peasants, the sector of farmers and market women. He took this list to Doe, and when Doe called me, he said, these are the people you send around the country. I have to know. I said, they are literacy teachers. We had no guns, but our people, a dozen of them, had done some brush-up in military affairs, and we were convinced that if the military should come after us when we least suspect, we knew where they had guns. We were not going to go down with all fighting. We knew they would kill us. They would overpower us. But we wanted to give ourselves the possibility of defending ourselves. I think that's what all rational people will do. So this became a cry. Guerrillas were sent, Fahnbulleh trained guerrillas. Fahnbulleh never told you that he wants to be cut off by people, that he cannot defend himself. If the Ethiopians were willing, I would have trained more people to serve as militants who were in a situation of guns. And everybody was telling the military people, you're doing very well, with the exception of these socialists and communists you have around. And so yes, we took the gamble. And it's possible, it's just possible, it is just possible that because of the impression that we had trained men, and that's why we're sitting here today. Because I remember on certain occasions I heard rumors among the PRC. They said, these boys Fahnbulleh send, they are guerrillas, one of them can take 50 soldiers. So that was good for us. That was good, and I think that kept us alive. That kept us alive. So if you like, it was a little bit of psychology. Not many were trained. 12. If I have the opportunity, all Liberian able-bodied men, like the militias did in the past, who do basic training. You have to de-psychologize yourself of the guns, because you have to defend your country. If there's an invasion tomorrow, you cannot go hiding in your bedrooms while your wives and daughters are raped. You have to defend you. The people of Israel have a citizen army. The people of Libya, the people of Cuba. You are citizens. You not trained, groom men. You tremble before somebody with a gun.
In 1985, the general came and filled. It would appear that